78. What you find in solitude. Loneliness is just an idea. It is the implication that you are ever disconnected from those around you. It's what happens when you depend on interaction to understand and be okay with yourself. Because interaction has less to do with how other people treat you and more to do with how you perceive yourself based on that treatment. It's not about how many people are actually around us or giving us love. It's what that love means to us and how it alters our mindset toward whatever it is we're doing or focusing on. Companionship seems like the reinforcement of oneness and connectivity, but it is also the idea that you not only need someone else's presence, but their approval, their acceptance. You can be more alone in a crowded room and feel more connected in complete solitude. To the extent that we are separate beings, or to the extent that we are aware that we are separate beings, is how lonely we can ever be. Essentially, you are only as alone as you think you are. Getting past that idea that aloneness is lonely is chiefly important because there's something phenomenally foreign and elusive that you find in that kind of sacred idleness. When you stop working and start being. When you stop defining yourself by the roles you play for other people and for yourself. You stop seeing yourself within the context of a society. You stop judging yourself by comparison. You start diffusing your mindset of thinking through what would be acceptable to others. You don't just start to hear yourself talk, but you realize that you are a person hearing a mind. And you begin to communicate with yourself in ways that are so much deeper, more fathomable, more understandable than language can ever permit. As Huxley again once said, in spite of language, in spite of intelligence and intuition and sympathy, one can never really communicate anything to anybody. The essential substance of every thought and feeling remains incommunicable, locked up in the impenetrable strong room of the individual soul and body. Our life is a sentence of perpetual solitary confinement. This is not a bad thing, though. It shows you who you are because you're no longer being someone else to someone else. You are only to yourself. You stop behaving to fit a standard and start acting for the sake of survival, of being alive, of humanness. You don't realize how much of your daily life, how many of your rote actions are contrived solely by the means of being acceptable to the world around you, and how much these actions that are not founded in genuineness can disconnect you from yourself. Solitude is the most important practice of all. It grounds you in what is and helps you escape from what you think should be. It is both infuriating and freeing for just that reason. It leaves you alone to see who you are and what you do. More importantly, it leaves you alone to see the real essence of what it is to be a person, the good, the bad, the downright odd and ugly. It leaves you no choice but to contemplate the bigger picture, the underlying reason, the way things are. The only time we see the whole structure clearly is when we step away from it. 35. The 6 pillars of self-esteem. Why it is not how you feel, but what you think you're capable of. We tend to think of self-esteem as a static thing, a state in which your mind naturally fuels you with positive, supportive thoughts, never being too deeply influenced by any doubts or dislikes. This, however, is where the fine line between self-esteem and self-aggrandizement blurs. In the words of Anna Devereux Smith, self-esteem is what really gives us a feeling of well-being. It's the very inherent sense that everything's going to be all right, because we are capable of making it all right. Self-esteem is knowing that we can determine our own course, and that we can travel that course. It's not that we travel the course alone, but we need the feeling of agency, that if everything were to fall apart, we could find a way to put things back together again. Self-esteem is not how much confidence you have in how well people perceive you, but how much confidence you have in whether or not you can manage your life. What's interesting about having real self-esteem is that it eliminates the need to focus on how we're superior to others. When we don't feel we're actually in control of our lives or aren't happy with how things are going so far, we often focus on how much better things are than someone else to placate the feeling of failure. Nathaniel Branden outlined what exactly it takes to build a healthy sense of self. He notes particularly that people either take the feel-good approach, I am beautiful, I am rich, I am successful, which is merely a substitute for the real thing, or they build it in a genuine way. He says that the two fundamental elements self-esteem boils down to are self-efficacy, which is a sense of basic confidence in the face of life's challenges, and self-respect, a sense of being worthy of happiness. Self-esteem is not an emotion which fluctuates from moment to moment, but a continuing disposition to experience a sense of efficacy and respect for oneself. Thus, it is something which is built over a long period of time, not just wished into existence. It is reality-based. Undeserved praise, whether it comes from oneself or others, will not provide it. Here are the 6 practices or pillars on which Branden argues self-esteem can be built. They prove that it is not just a choice to feel confident in yourself, but it's many choices made continuously and with as much effort as possible. Living consciously. To live consciously is to not be controlled by your subconscious biases and desires. Your shadow selves, as they're called, are out in the light. You understand what's going on around you, and you can make informed choices based on that inherent understanding. Self-acceptance. You aren't aggrandizing your looks or your intelligence or being willfully ignorant of the natural balance of traits and characteristics every person possesses. This is true self-acceptance. It is seeing your whole self without judging or condemning parts of it. Self-responsibility. You hold yourself accountable for your own happiness. You understand the phrase, "It may not be your fault, but it is still your problem." You are in control of your life because you are not letting other things do it for you. Self-assertiveness. You can stand up for yourself without being defensive. Defensiveness is born of fear. Assertiveness is born of confidence. Living purposefully. You live mindfully and intentionally. You recognize that your purpose is just to be where you are, doing whatever you're doing. In this, you infuse your days with a sense of purposefulness, as it is something you choose, not wait to find or have created for you. Personal integrity. You hold yourself to a certain standard of morals and ethics and accountability. You develop a code of conduct for yourself, rather than just abiding by the one that you are conditioned to. You are able to look at choices objectively, even when the circumstances are difficult. You realize the importance of the phrase, "The road to hell was paved with good intentions." 36. Why you should thank the people who have hurt you most in life. 1. The people who are able to hurt you most were also the people whom you were able to love the most. We aren't profoundly affected by people who aren't already deeply within our hearts. For someone to have that much importance in your life is sacred, even when it goes askew. It's a gift to know someone who is able to truly affect you, even if at first it didn't seem like it was for the best. 2. Difficult relationships often push you to change your behavior for the better. In feeling helpless, you learn to take care of yourself. In feeling used, you recognize your worth. In being abused, you develop compassion. In feeling like you're stuck, you realize there is always a choice. In accepting what was done to you, you realize that nobody has control at the end of the day, but in surrendering the need for something we'll never have, we can find peace, which is what we were actually seeking in the first place. 3. What you learn and who you become is more important than how you temporarily feel. That relationship may have seemed almost unbearable at the time, but the feeling is transitory. The wisdom and grace and knowledge that you carried with you afterwards aren't. They set a foundation for the rest of your life. The ends far outweigh the means, and to be grateful for what you've been through is to completely acknowledge that. 4. You don't come across these people by accident. They were your teachers and catalysts. In the words of C. Joybell C., we're all stars that think they're dying until we realize we're collapsing into supernovas to become more beautiful than ever before. It often takes the contrast of pain to completely appreciate what we have, and it often takes hate to incite self-recognition. Sometimes the way light enters us is, in fact, through the wound. 5. Even if it wasn't your fault, it is your problem, and you get to choose what you do in the aftermath. You have every right to rage and rant and hate every iota of someone's being, but you also have the right to choose to be at peace. To thank them is to forgive them, and to forgive them is to choose to realize that the other side of resentment is wisdom. To find wisdom in pain is to realize that the people who become supernovas are the ones who acknowledge their pain and then channel it into something better, not people who just acknowledge it and then leave it to stagnate and remain. 6. The people who have been through a lot are often the ones who are wiser and kinder and happier overall. This is because they've been through it, not past it or over it. They've completely acknowledged their feelings, and they've learned, and they've grown. They develop compassion and self-awareness. They are more conscious of who they let into their lives. They take a more active role in creating their lives, in being grateful for what they have, and in finding reasons for what they don't. 7. It showed you what you do deserve. Those relationships didn't actually hurt you. They showed you an unhealed part of yourself, a part that was preventing you from being truly loved. That's what happens when we finally get past hurtful experiences and terrible relationships. We realize we are worth more, and so we choose more. We realize how we blindly or naively said yes to someone or gave them our mind and heart space when we didn't have to. We realize our role in choosing what we want in our lives, and by experiencing what seems like the worst, we finally acknowledge that it feels so wrong because we deserve so much more. 8. Truly coming to peace with anything is being able to say, "Thank you for that experience." To fully move on from anything, you must be able to recognize what purpose it served and how it made you better. Until that moment, you'll only be ruminating over how it made things worse, which means you're not to the other side yet. To fully accept your life, the highs, lows, good, bad, is to be grateful for all of it, and to know that the good teaches you well, but the bad teaches you better. 37. Trying to make sense of your life is what's actually holding you back. You should try to make sense of your feelings. You should trace the lines of your thinking, find the genesis of your innermost beliefs, and make sure they're really yours. You should make lists of the things you do and don't value. You should ask yourself what you most feel you are lacking, and then look at how little you're giving them. But you should stop trying to make sense of your life. Doing so is trying to make sense of the trajectory, as though it's something that controls you, not the opposite way around. Doing so is applying the life you have to the person you were. Using logic and being mindful are not the same thing as trying to make sense. The former is methodical. It uses a grounded awareness to enact your true desires, while the latter is looking at the product of those actions and wondering how they got that way. There are questions to which answers may not exist. There are answers that just create more questions, solutions that can only be made from having lived something out, seen it through, tried. The best things will not make sense, not initially at least. Love is not logical. Grace and joy and beauty rarely are either. That doesn't mean you cannot use logic to work with them, just that to fully see them, you need to use a different point of understanding. All things in their purest state are confusingly, singularly standing. They are magical because they are mysterious. They have unknown origins and palpable endings, and there is nothing to do but to live them and to see. People who waste their lives search for reasons to love rather than ways to love. They try to create avenues through which they can justify their happiness, rather than just letting themselves feel it for anything. They try to wield misguided logic to hold back from their happiness, rather than facilitate it. There will be things you understand immediately, effects for which the causes are entirely, consciously yours. There will be things that happen in your life that you know you've chosen, and then others that seem to be the opposite of what you'd want. Those things are just as important, if not more so. There are things that have reasons that will reveal themselves to you immediately. There are things that you won't understand for years and years to come. There are things you'll look back on and say, I never understood why that was. And yet that will not make it any less so. Sometimes the point is to experience not knowing and confusion. What is born of your uncertainty is sometimes more important than not having been certain in the first place. You may never know whether or not you're meant to be in the city you live in, but you will live there anyway, because you have chosen it. You won't know whether or not you're meant to be with someone until you try. You will keep seeking comfort in the things that hurt you because you've yet to step into the discomfort of something new, something better, something unknown and foreign and not aligned with what you once thought you wanted. That does not make it wrong or bad. It just means you didn't anticipate it. You didn't know well enough to have chosen it. Trying to make sense of your life is trying to see if the old story checks out, if the person you once were would be happy with the life they lead today. You're looking for answers in people that don't exist. Clarity comes from doing, not thinking about doing. A good life comes from choosing to work with what you have, accepting that you don't always choose what you work with, but knowing you're always given what you need to use, especially when you don't realize you need to use it. 38. How to detox your mind without having to go completely off the grid. Though we have miles to go in terms of learning what it means to take care of our bodies, we're even further behind on how to take care of our minds. Our brains construct our experiences, and there are so many factors that alter and shift our perspectives that are completely in our control, but totally out of our awareness. Here, a few things you can do to detox your mind, deprogram, and wipe the slate clean now and again. 1. Travel to assimilate to culture. Alter your base point concept of normal. What it will show you is how many behaviors, values, beliefs you've unconsciously adopted from your surroundings, and ways you can change them. 2. Create physical solutions for emotional problems. People default on the idea that one emotion will cancel out or fix another. If you're upset, seek a high to eliminate it. But negative emotions are just calls to action that are being ignored through a little mental gymnastics and a lot of justification. Detoxing your mind is letting go of emotional highs in place of creating actual solutions. 3. Know that emotional toxicity is born of mental resistance. Instead of trying to create a certain emotional experience for yourself, if I do this and this, I will feel this way, try to practice complete acceptance of whatever you feel in the moment. Mental resistance keeps you in your emotional discomfort, even if it numbs it for a minute. 4. Identify your tethers. The problems that are in front of you are actually behind you. They are cracks in your foundation that are holding you back. Stop trying to dismantle symptoms. Go back and identify the causes. 5. Go for a long drive and let yourself get lost. Drive through neighborhoods you would never have known existed. See how other people live. See them come home from work and what their living rooms look like from the outside. It will comfort you in that you'll realize how small you are in a more practical way than just staring at the ocean. You don't know what you don't know. 6. Rearrange your furniture. Your brain constructs your experience through props and signals that those props fire off. You are continually subconsciously triggering negative or stagnant associations because of how your brain processes your surroundings. Change them. Change how you think. Change what you feel. 7. Do a mental purge. Just write down whatever weird thoughts continually cross your mind, or the little incoherent bits that are clogging your head. Just getting them out will give you relief. 8. Restructure your digital life. It's not realistic or desirable to a lot of people to be forever disconnected, but it's also not realistic to keep things that don't serve you positively in your social feeds and expect it not to affect you. Instead of just unfollowing what you don't want to see, follow positive accounts, groups, organizations, publications that you do. 9. Notice your unconscious movements. Notice your feet walking and how you are not deciding to lift each one up and forward, and yet because your mind said, "Okay, self, let's get to this point today," you began to go. Consider your morning intentions similarly. 10. Cleanse your space emotionally. Consider the emotional attachment you have to the things you keep around you. Did you buy those clothes to be someone you're not? Do you have decor around your apartment that you got during a particularly crappy time in your life? Let those things go, but decide what to let go by thinking about what they make you feel. 11. Place yourself. Make a chart with 3 columns, and on the left, write everything you feel you've accomplished in your life, and in the middle, write down what your daily life entails, and then on the right, put what those consistent habits will lead to / what you hope to do in the future. It helps you focus on the big picture. Getting lost in minutia usually causes people anxiety. 12. Shift your physical position every time you start falling back into toxic thought cycles. This basically creates a new experience for your body and refocuses you in the moment, and it's simple enough to do at your desk at work. 13. Stretch your brain. Pick up a book on something that interests you and learn more about it. Look at research on something you have a theory about. Learn to love learning through actively engaging with things that naturally interest you. If nothing else, it will make you a bit more aware of the world. 14. Reevaluate the extent of your connected disconnectedness. If the bulk of your relationships happen digitally, that aren't long distance, and you haven't had a conversation in person without being interrupted by a phone in a long enough time, evaluate how much you're prioritizing people in your life and realize that screens, not people, is basically the best way to create an extremely anxious lifestyle for yourself. 15. Identify what your addictions are keeping you distracted from. Most things people struggle with are addictions in some form. A thing you keep doing though you don't really want to. Understand that addiction is a disconnection from yourself, And a disconnection from yourself is born of something present that you think you can't face. 16. Learn to let good enough not be the opposite of perfect. If there is one thing that will give you the most mental, emotional relief, it is in letting good enough be good enough. 17. Dismantle the parts of your life that are solely performative. The thing is that most of what clogs our minds is all the unnecessary effort we put into constructing a life that seems a little more palatable, a little more noble, a little better than someone else's, so therefore good enough. But it accomplishes the opposite of what we intend. We place ourselves further from a genuinely happy experience, which is in accepting that life is small and simple and more than enough, through grandiose ideas and attachments that end up making us into characters, not people. 18. Write down what you hate about other people. This is what you need to change about yourself/your life, but are resisting too much to actually do something about. Know that it's often not a surface-level issue. You don't hate your annoying neighbor because she always bothers you for lunch, and you secretly bother other people for lunch. You hate her because she acts as though she's desperate for love, and you feel that way too but avoid it because you think it's embarrassing. This is a cheat sheet to seeing what's actually wrong in your life. It's important because completely understanding the problem is the same thing as knowing the solution. If you don't know what to do, you don't know what's wrong. If you don't know what's wrong, it's because some part of you is resisting seeing it. 39. 12 signs the only problem with your life is that you think about it more than you live it. Anxiety is usually bred out of inaction. We were born to actualize our potential, not just analyze it. Binge thinking is what happens when introspection becomes a means of avoiding a problem. Critically evaluating your life is supposed to facilitate living it, not the other way around. Here, all the things that happen when you let your life exist more in your brain than in reality. 1. Your goals are perfect outcomes, not perfect actions. You're more in love with ideas than you are with work and processes required to make them reality. When you dream up your perfect life, you think about how you're seen rather than what your daily tasks include. 2. You're a maladaptive daydreamer. Maladaptive daydreaming is when you imagine extensive fantasies to replace human interaction or general function. Many people experience it while listening to music or doing some kind of rocking motion, walking, pacing, swinging, etc. Rather than cope with issues in life, you just daydream about grandiose alternatives that give you a high to eliminate the uncomfortable feeling. 3. Your purpose in life is abstract. You know that you want to help people, or teach, or give a voice to the voiceless, but you don't know how to do it, and you certainly don't focus on embodying it in your present life, in the situations you're already in, with people you come across in day-to-day interactions. 4. The solution to most of your problems would just be to make some small change, but you absolutely refuse to. This is a classic sign that you're using overthinking as a means of deflection. It's easy to do, as picking apart a problem is a noble-seeming distraction, but it's only useful until you have the answer. Then you actually have to act on it. 5. You're always busy, yet never productive enough. Your work never seems to be done. You lose hours and don't know where they've gone. You're always stressed and frizzling out your brain, as though you're perpetually in the middle of a high-intensity task that never sees completion. 6. You tend to resist what you want the most. Rather than putting forth genuine effort, opening up to it bit by bit, you've convinced yourself that you're not worth it, or that it's impossible, or that to have what you want means you could also lose what you want, so better not to have it ever than have it for a little bit. 7. You're one of those people who only bonds over what you hate. All this really means is that you, A, aren't doing enough to have something else / more interesting to talk about, or B, are so deeply insecure you thrive off of recognizing that someone else is on your level. Judgment equals a need to be superior, which equals feeling incredibly inferior. 8. Most of your problems come back down to a fear of judgment or exclusion. If this fear is present in your life to any significant degree, it's usually because you've already constructed a lot of what you think you like or do based on what other people think. It's for this reason that you don't naturally take action. You think about it, change what you want to do in some way, and then maybe act, still fearful, that people will not like the facade either. 9. If you stopped and thought about it, you could come up with 10 things you're grateful for. Your problems aren't so much not having as they are not recognizing what you do have. Gratitude incites more doing, more reciprocation. Positive feelings never leave you stagnating and overthinking them. 10. You want to change something about your life, but your focus is on dismantling the old rather than building something new that renders it obsolete. In other words, you're one of those people who tries to find comfort in overanalyzing old things to make more sense of them, when in reality, complexity is a product of insecurity, and insecurity a product of being unable to accept the simple reality of the situation. 11. You look for quick solutions more than you focus on restructuring the questions. When you try and fail at something, you spend too long focusing on why you failed, rather than learning what you need to, then moving on and trying something new. You keep yourself stuck between knowing what's not right and not being willing to figure out what might be. 12. You're always imagining what you want to do, yet never really doing it. You've convinced yourself that life begins when all the pieces are in place, but in reality, life is the act of doing just that. 40. Why logical people lead better lives in a generation where passion is at a premium. Our generation believes that passion is the answer, the solution to a life joyously, successfully, happily lived. We were the kids who were told, "You can be anything," and heard, "You can succeed at everything." There are a lot of people much smarter than me who have argued this beautifully. It's not about following passion. It's about following purpose passionately. Passion is a manner of traveling, not a means to determine a destination. Passion is the spark that lights the fire. Purpose is the kindling that keeps it burning all night. I've said this before. This is to say, the opposite of passion isn't settling for a lukewarm life. It's marrying it to logic that will actually get you where you want to go. The ability to objectively look at our lives and interpret emotions and events and decisions with a grounded frame of mind is not only positive, it's essential to functioning. The head and heart must be separate entities that you figure out how to merge together. Here's why. 1. Passion tells you that you should go after what you most want in life. But it's never about what you want. It's about what you want most. It's about which of your, often conflicting, desires you let win. The only reason people don't do what they claim to want most is because there is something else they want a little bit more. They ultimately don't get what they want done because they're trying to follow their most intense desire, rather than prioritizing them. I'd like to have another day off, but I'd also like to work on my retirement fund and build my business some more. Right now, I'm choosing the latter so it can facilitate the former later on down the road. See that? Choosing which desire I let win. When people try to build their lives solely on emotions, they're incapable of choosing which desire they're going to follow, so they choose the one that elicits the most extreme high, which is fallible because it's impermanent, and it can come at the cost of innumerable consequences that are ultimately counterproductive to what they had intended in the first place. 2. Passion bases relationships on the high. Logic bases relationships on the purpose being love, not attachment or not wanting to be alone or money or ego, as some people unfortunately do. We're usually taught that love is just a good feeling or a verb, but there are a lot of good feelings you can have that are not rooted in love, and things you can do out of what you perceive to be love when you're with someone important to you. It's the commitment to ground your relationship in something more than just a transitory feeling that will ultimately make it work. When you believe that passion is love, no more, no less, you'll want to end a relationship as soon as you're not getting that hormonal high from your partner. Or worse, you'll blame them for it and seek out what they're lacking and why. The way this usually manifests is in people being very indecisive and uncertain about whether or not they love someone, whether or not they should let go or try harder, or wait it out, or accept that love isn't always a fever dream. I have personally spent years trying to figure out whether or not I really loved different people, and about half that time flip-flopping in and out of relationships, only to eventually figure out that I confused passion for love, and they aren't the same thing. 3. Logic allows you to see objectively. Passion is subjective and consuming. The thing about the things people are most passionate about is that it's a scream that takes all their might and echoes out into the void. There's no practice or reason. It's just a flush of emotion, and when it collides or contradicts someone else's, it can feel like a personal affront. No matter how fierce your feeling or belief, it exists next to a variety of other things, not all of which will overlap or align. This does not mean you or anybody else is wrong, just that passion does not allow you to acknowledge coexisting truths. It is singular, and it is destructive when it can't be placed in reality. 4. Logic helps you make decisions for the person you hope to be. Passion helps you make decisions for the person you are or were. What makes a sense of passion so intense is that, essentially, it answers a question you didn't know you were asking. It is a solution to something you've struggled with all along. It is something that proves a point you didn't know you had to make. It is self-evident to you. It is some kind of liberation or transcendence. Something about it gives you a high, which means that it's familiar, and it's serving as an antidote. The one true sign that you're moving ahead with your life is that you don't know where you're going. If you knew what you were doing, you'd be circling the same path again. The one true sign that you're living in the past is if you feel that reckless high. You're proving something to someone or to yourself. 5. The passion narrative says you should strive for a life that maxes out your wildest dreams. The logic narrative says you should strive for a life that maxes out your potential. The passion narrative, therefore, keeps you in a place of assuming your life is less than because you're not doing what you think is ideal. The logic narrative, however, tells you to evaluate why you want those things and eventually brings you to the conclusion that most of the time you don't. Rather than maxing out your dreams, logic tells you to max out your potential, which ultimately gets you to the same place that passion could only have you keep dreaming of. 6. Passion is born of attachment. Logic counteracts it. Passion is an attachment to an idea, or more often, a particular feeling. It is the desire to keep experiencing that one feeling and to do what it takes to facilitate that feeling no matter what. When people imagine a passionate life, they imagine doing things and being with people that make them feel a specific way. Not only is that unrealistic, it's ultimately impossible. Logic tells you that even at a job you adore, there will be hard days. Being in a relationship with the love of your life doesn't necessarily make it easy, though that's what people assume and yearn for. When you go in with the "I will do what it takes," even when it's hard attitude, You end up building the foundations, skills, and abilities to cope so well that after a period of time, the initial difficulty ironically dissolves. 7. Gratitude is born of logic. A happy life is born of gratitude. The reason people practice gratitude or make a commitment to reflect on what they're grateful for is that, unfortunately, few people naturally sense it in their lives. And no matter what your current situation, anybody can find a reason to. Cultivating a sense of gratitude, which is not waiting for a feeling of being happy with your life, but choosing it by actively focusing on what you're fortunate, grateful, and proud to have, is essential to ever feeling satisfied with your life, because it puts you in a mindset to seek more to be grateful for. As anybody can tell you, what you seek, you ultimately find. 8. Logic dismantles emotion. Passion tries to use emotion to dismantle other emotions. Logic can dismantle irrational, illogical, or painful emotions and bring you to a higher state of awareness by evaluating their roots/determining their causes, deciphering whether or not they are useful, or by actually listening to them and acting accordingly, if that's what's best. Passion tries to use emotions to dismantle others. A high to negate a low, a new feeling to replace an old one. It's like trying to grab at water with your hands, thinking you'll ever get enough to drink. It is a strong, clear, guided mind that undoes the irrational stress of what Buddhists call the monkey mind, the irrational, unprompted series of thoughts that cross everyone's mind each day, which ultimately affect, if not construct, your emotional state. Logic can tell you how the mind and heart correspond. Passion thinks they're one and the same. 9. A lot of people who want to pursue passion and find passionate relationships are seeking out of a place of lack. Things that are soulful, genuine, and loving are rarely, if ever, hysterical or highly emotional. They're peaceful and desirable and beautiful and sometimes powerful. But the manic desire to do anything is usually an attempt to fill a hole, run from a problem, avoid a truth. The obsessive desire for a passionate relationship is usually a reflection of a lack of love for oneself. The manic need to pursue a passionate career is rooted in an intense unhappiness with present reality. They are a series of soothing thoughts and deflection methods and escape routes. The monster everyone's running from, of course, is themselves. 10. Nobody ever got anything from wanting it badly enough. I really don't care how passionate you claim to be about something. It doesn't mean you're right for the job, or the relationship, or the promotion, or apartment, or whatever the case may be. But people tend to claim being passionate as a qualifying factor, when, at the end of the day, the person who gets the job is the one who is most technically capable. Both parties need to be convinced the relationship is the right one for it to ever be. The promotion will go to the person who worked the hardest, and the apartment to the person with the best credit score. Often people focus and communicate how badly they want something to suffice for the actual reasons that they aren't right/qualified/good enough to get it. 11. It's doing, not thinking about doing, that creates a life well lived. If you want your life to be different, do differently. A lot of our concept of what makes for a happy existence is rooted in the abstract. Think clearly. Have a positive frame of reference. Be surrounded by people you care about. Have a sense of purpose in your work. But these things don't work unless they are genuine, and too many people try to fake it as though they can even convince themselves it's real. The alternative is doing the work. It's the nitty-gritty, ass-on-the-ground, nose-to-the-grindstone hard work that people avoid because they don't want to be responsible for their own failures. Can't fail if you haven't tried, eh? Confidence is built from what you do. A positive mindset is rooted in what you do. Loving relationships are sustained from what you do. Purposeful work is cultivated by doing it, not thinking about why you should, and believing that's the same thing. 12. Passion is the easy way out. Take $150K in loans to study something you love for 5+ years, but not be able to move out, travel, get married, have kids, work a job you actually like because you're drowning in debt for the next 30. That's what passion does. Marry the person you're consumed by, whose neglect and abuse fuels you in its recreation of your childhood issues. Be so torn apart when they leave you that you convince yourself that they're the only one for you. How could you ever be so broken over anything but true love? Base your relationship on how far from reality you stretch when you're together. Lose friends and work and a sense of self. That's what passion does. Or rather, that's what passion does when it's not married to logic. That's what unbridled feelings will do when they aren't stopped by thought and understanding. That's what happens when you believe your emotions rather than questioning their origins. It's what happens when you try to avoid the inevitable suffering of the human condition with a surge of emotion that you think will be the antidote. Passion is the easy way, the cut corner, the half-assed route to the life you want to live. As with all things passion is born of, it can only sustain an idea, not a reality. 41. Things you need to know about yourself before you'll have the life you want. As C.J. Jung once said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. When it comes to building the lives we want to lead, we're taught to start constructing from how we imagine we want things to look. Titles rather than roles. Images rather than realities. Concepts rather than day in and day out tasks and duties and practices. It's time to dismantle the ego-frenzied Western obsession with a big life and break down what it takes to actually exist in a way we desire. Here, all the things you must know about yourself so you can choose the life you actually want, not the one you think you do. What do you want your daily tasks to be? We're instructed to choose the life we want based on what we think we want to be, but we're only capable of determining that insofar as we are able to think of what it would mean to have the title of a role. We rarely consider the nitty-gritty daily practice that is required for a peaceful, meaningful existence. Instead of, I want to help people each day, start asking yourself if the way you really want to do that is by caring for people physically, doing the tasks that actually requires. It all sounds flowery and noble when you think of what you want your life to be about, but you must consider the reality. When you go in choosing what you want each day of your life to consist of, how much paperwork, how much time at the computer, how many hours of leisure, you're able to actually build the existence you want from the ground up. What kind of person do you want to be, as opposed to what titles do you want to have? It's not about choosing what kind of adjective you'd like as a preface to your job title, but what kind of person you want to be doing it. It ultimately doesn't matter whether you're a teacher, or student, or editor, or construction worker. It matters what kind of person you want to be while you do those jobs. Are you someone who is kind and understanding, who spends a better portion of their day conversing with loved ones, someone who is busy from daybreak to day's end, someone who is distracted, attentive, hardworking? You ultimately are defined not by what you do, but how you do it. What do you want to be remembered for? What do you want them to say at your funeral? That you wore a small pant size and had a successful job that prevented you from actually developing relationships? Or that you were loving and kind and cared about your work, but cared about people more? Your impermanence is a thing you should meditate on every day. There is nothing more sobering, nor scary, nor a faster way to cut the negative bullshit than to remember that you do not have forever. What defines your life when it's all said and done is how much you influence other people's lives, oftentimes just through your daily interactions and the courage with which you live your own. That's what people remember. That's what you'll be known for when you're no longer around to define yourself. What comes most effortlessly to you? We tend to believe and induce a kind of difficulty with tasks we determine to be meaningful or profound or important. If the things we love, and especially get paid for, are also effortless, it seems as though they are unmerited. We believe we have to suffer for the things we have and love when we, in fact, do not. It's just as worthwhile, if not maybe more so, to figure out what you effortlessly, naturally do and learn to capitalize on it while not feigning effortlessness, but just allowing it. What do you even unconsciously believe that your existence is about? Is it random? The act of a higher power? It doesn't matter who is right or wrong or totally nuts. We may never know for sure, but it is about developing a personal dogma that serves you. This is the singular most telling belief about a person, because it essentially defines how you approach everything else. If you believe that your fate is yours to choose, you will. If you don't, you'll stay victimized, self-pitying, waiting and begging on your knees until some external circumstance shifts and it's deemed the random work of a higher power. If that's how you want to exist, that's your prerogative, but I find that most people don't. Most people want to reclaim their power and choose for themselves. But that liberation begins with one question. What do you think you're here for? What's the point of it all? Explore what you most inherently believe, and then determine how you can live that out to the best of your ability. Why do you do what you do each day? Is it to feel a high? For money? For livelihood? There's no right or wrong answer here. The point is simply just to know what most strongly motivates you. Even if it's just making a living, you can fuel a passion project with the desire to more comfortably pay bills each month. Longer-term goals and simple survivalist needs are often the most grounding and constant desires to base yourself in. They should be balanced out with meaningful work and a sense of purpose. But if they are ultimately why you do what you do, don't fight it for some morally superior alternative. Use it to fuel something emotionally, mentally, spiritually positive. In your fantasy daydreams, who and what are you, and how do other people regard you? The recurring thematics of your daily daydreaming represent what you're actually seeking from others in various areas of your life. This is your subconsciously motivating factor, because it's the thing you have yet to give yourself. Whatever it is, it's a projection of the thing you most feel you lack, and therefore subconsciously seek from others. Is it that people admire you for your beauty, your creativity, your talent, your success, your money? Figure out what you crave, and figure out how to feed that need yourself. What do you dislike most about other people? What you most dislike in others is, in some variation, true of you. You just haven't been able to acknowledge it yet. The more angrily and fiercely you respond no to that idea, the more intensely you are trying to avoid it. Anger equals recognition. You don't lash back at things you don't, in some way, regard as being real. So figure out what you most need to heal within yourself by seeing what you most want to change in others. Doing so will free you in a way you can't imagine. Doing so is a necessary piece of the life you want puzzle, because all the energy you're using trying to avoid, deflect, delude your way into not acknowledging what you need to heal, change, deal is being wasted at best, and is actually actively keeping you from the life you want at worst. What is worth suffering for? Everything is hard in some way. It's hard to be in the wrong relationship. It's hard to be in the right one. It's hard to be broke and miserable. It's hard to achieve your dreams. It's hard to be stuck in the middle, not really feeling anything at all. Everything is hard, but you choose your hard. You choose what's worth it. You don't choose whether or not you'll suffer, but you do choose what you want to suffer for. What owns you in this life? Is it your desire for happiness? The past? The relationship that almost was but ultimately didn't? Your body hang-up? Your fear? Your loneliness? Your lack of self-worth? Everybody has one thing that ultimately owns them, drives them, controls them at some visceral level. It's the pattern that everything else is rooted in. It's the issue that crops up again and again. It's what you insatiably seek, then run away from, only to find you ran right into it. What owns you in this life makes up the majority of what you do, so you need to know what it is. It's usually not about freeing yourself from these ties that bind you, but learning to wield them for a greater purpose. Finding the shard of empathy and hope and understanding tucked deeply within your existential suffering. There is a purpose to all things. Your job is not to understand why, but just to find it in the first place. 42. Things emotionally healthy people know how to do. Of all the health concerns our culture claims to be concerned about, it is perhaps our emotional health that is most severely neglected. It's not the same thing as mental health. We're comfortable talking about our recurring headaches, as we don't feel their presence makes a statement about us. They're disassociated from who we believe ourselves to be, but we know our emotions are a result of who and how we are, and in a desperate plight to preserve the sanctity of our self-idea, we hide. Ironically, that's where the trouble comes in. It's the part of us we suppress and ignore that are the parts that become silent, insidious, controlling monsters. It's referred to in psychology as shadow selves. Talking about how one gets from there to here at the place of emotional health is another topic altogether, and would require books worth of writing to fully flesh out. So in the meantime, I gathered the 10 elements of an emotionally healthy person. This hypothetical hybrid of positivity probably doesn't exist, but these are nonetheless worth considering and maybe striving for. 1. Emotionally healthy people know how to listen to their pain. Emotional stress and discomfort is a signal that there's a better way, that something's misaligned. It's always directing us towards something better, more aligned with who we are and want to be. The only challenge is getting past whatever made us ignore it in the first place. 2. They know how to observe thoughts objectively and not identify with them. You are not your thoughts. You are not your feelings. You are the being that observes, reacts, uses, generates, and experiences those things. This is to say, you can't control them, but they don't control you. You choose what you think about. You choose what you allow to pass. And when you can't allow yourself to let things go, you're trying to tell or show yourself something. Pay attention. 3. They can see within them the things they dislike in others. One more time for the people in the back. You love in others what you love in yourself. You hate in others what you cannot see in yourself. When you practice self-identifying every time you find yourself frustrated or inexplicably annoyed with someone or their behavior, you tap into an ultimate tool for growth and the fastest route to creating a more peaceful existence for yourself. You're no longer at the whim of other people's behaviors, because ultimately, you were never angered by them. It always existed in you. 4. They're able to differentiate loving something versus loving the idea of it. to be conscious of why they desire something, not just that they desire it. Ideas solve problems we make up in our heads. If we believe that we're unworthy of love, we need the idea of a loving, doting partner who affirms how perfect we are to correct it. Without understanding that we want that love to fix something in us, we just think we desperately want love because we're romantic or because happy lives do not exist without it. But the people who are conscious of why they desire something are able to choose wants that are not based in solving a problem, but in something more genuine and healthy. 5. They know when it's time to break up with a friend. It's often difficult to determine the line between being committed to a relationship even when it isn't sunshine and happiness, and knowing when it's time to step away from something that's no longer a positive force in your life. Often we feel almost guilted into remaining close with people to whom we don't actually feel obligation, and that is a recipe for emotional disaster. Emotionally healthy people can identify the people who are spiteful, jealous, or too wrapped in their own issues to not project them onto everybody else. Do these people need love and companionship too? Certainly. But sometimes walking away is the best way to do that. Most of the time, it's the healthiest choice. 6. They live minimally, but realistically. Emotionally healthy people know that no physical acquisition can shock them into feeling what they desire, not for more than a moment anyway. So they forego the rat race and learn to be grounded in the simplicity of life. They want not and waste not. Keep in their space only things that are meaningful or useful. They are mindful and intentional, grateful and wise with what they consume and keep. 7. They can be alone. What you find in solitude is perspective. When you're not in the presence of people with whom you must monitor your reactions and choose your sentences wisely, you can let yourself just be. It's why we find it most profoundly relaxing and why emotionally healthy people practice it often. When there's nobody else around for whom you must tailor your emotions, you can experience them fully. 8. They let themselves feel. The core of every emotional issue is the belief that it's not okay. It's not the presence of it that's harmful. It's the resistance to it that ultimately screws us up. Emotionally healthy people know how to do one thing profoundly better than anybody else. Let themselves feel anything and everything they're going through. They know it won't kill them. They know to set aside time to process. They know that, contrary to common belief, doing so is not a loss of control, but rather the route to being grounded and resolved enough to actually be fully present and centered, which is as in control as a human can be. 9. They do not attach to any one outcome being good or right. The moment you decide one outcome is the right outcome, you are also deciding that another outcome is the wrong one. Beyond this, some things work out the way we intend for them to, others don't. This is a gift too. 10. They see the value and purpose of each and every experience. The point of anything is not what you get from having done it. It's who you become from having gone through it. It's all about growth at the end of the day. The bad things grow you, and the good things do too. And in reality, bad is only what you're taught or come to believe isn't right. The point is, it's not about how much you get right. It's how much you get better. And every experience, the good, bad, terrible, wonderful, confusing, messy, great, does just that. In the words of Johanna de Salento, the only way to fail is to abstain. 43. How to measure a good life. We measure a good life based on how well we adhere to trajectories, how closely what happens is aligned with our temporary subjective past thoughts about it. The measure of a life well lived is a cultural, social concept, and it's changed over time. The governing belief of what will make for a worthwhile existence right now for us is individual accomplishment. At other times in history, it was religious obedience or procreation, and so on. We're not made to be self-serving in an existential way. In fact, we classify doing so as all but a mental disorder. Everything, even our most rote daily tasks, only seem comfortable if they add up to something in the end. But we set out to maximize our pleasure regardless, to aggrandize individuality in lieu of community and wholeness, and in the process, we find that instead of our passions compounding into a spectacular life, we're empty and stressed and exhausted and twisted in mental circles trying to make sense of why things don't feel the way they appear. Nothing looks the way we think it will. Nobody reflects on their lives and concludes with, "Yes, this is exactly how I thought it would go." The point is not to get reality to align with ideas about it, or to manipulate those ideas about the uncontrollable so we feel in power of them. Yet the measuring stick for a good life does just that, as it's still rooted in our most basic operating system, our survivalist instincts, which want sex and pleasure and fame and recognition and ego-augmenting attention. It's the hit and go, get and chase, want and strive, and ruthlessly steal. We're able to dress these things up to seem civilized when the people acting on them are in offices and grocery stores and our Tinder accounts. Animals don't actualize what it means to have gotten their prey or not. They don't consider the psychological implications of a potential mate walking away. They don't piece together their lives or reach for more. Their instinctive existence works because they don't inherently desire to transcend it. Animals have no need to evaluate whether or not they've had a good life, so they don't strive to be more than they are. But we do. Yet by measuring how much good we've done by images, ideas, and clean storylines, we sorely miss the point. We always fall short. We were not built to be more than we are. Our desire to be more isn't a matter of being beyond our humanness, but wanting to be comfortably in it. Sages teach that we're designed for the messiness and simplicity of everyday life, that desiring an external more is a mechanism of the ego. It's not transcendence, it's avoidance. The way to measure a good life is by how much you still want to change it, which is proportionate to how much you inherently know it can be better. You measure a good life by your capacity to feel discomfort, the extent to which you've questioned yourself, how many times you've changed your mind, the series of dogmas you've adopted and left, the family you chose for yourself. The number of coffee cups over which you've had funny and serious and hurtful and beautiful talks, the depth to which your empathy extends, the number of long walks you've taken by yourself and journal pages you've filled with the incoherent thoughts, the evolution of the way you philosophize your existence, the evolution of the way you perceive other people, the days you've soberly worked despite the shards of passion having dissolved. A good life isn't passionate, it's purposeful. Passion is the spark that lights the fire. Purpose is the kindling that keeps the flame burning all night. The number of relationships you've had the courage to end. The easy way out is to stay. The comforting idea is to settle. The liberation is how many times you reach for something more, even though you can't conceive of what that could be. That unnameable feeling is the mark of a good life. You measure a good life by the time you sincerely felt the sunlight across your bed sheets in the morning was awe-inspiringly divine. The ways you can count you were a better person than before. The ways you can count you'd like to be better in the future. The number of things that you lost and learned how to not attach to anymore. The number of moments in which you were almost at the end of your capacity, only to find that there was another ocean's worth once you were pushed beyond the surface. A good life is not measured by what you do. It's about what you are. Not how many people you loved, but how much. It has nothing to do with how well things turn out or how seamlessly the plan is followed. It's about the bits of magic you stumble upon when you dive off path. It's not about the things that didn't work out. It's about what you learn when they don't. Those bits and pieces, awakenings and knowledge, are what build and make you able to perceive things greater than you can currently imagine. A good life is not how it adds up in the end, but what you're counting along the way. 44. There is a voice that doesn't use words. This is how you listen to it. The voice you have to listen to will rarely make sense. It won't use words. It won't use logic. It won't fit within the neat trajectory of the storyline that you imagined. It will be subtle, and it will speak to you without you ever knowing that it is. The feelings your inner voice gives you will be unjustifiable. You won't have reasons for them. You'll know you love someone not because they're attractive and smart and interesting, but just because you do. You'll want to live somewhere or do something not because it's cool or everybody says you should, but just because you do. The unjustifiable things, the illogical things, the things that are genuinely unexplainable, that's where the magic is. The right stuff always just is. It's the illusions and fears and things we force that have to be justified and made sense of in our minds. If you are making a choice that you can only feel good about when you back up with a list of because, you're not really listening to what you want. This is probably the biggest secret and most important fact of all. If your little inner voice were telling you that you weren't interested or you were on the wrong path, it wouldn't say anything at all. You'd just let it go. Consider the people you aren't romantically interested in, the career paths you know don't call you. Do you sit around and belabor whether or not they're right? Nope, you don't. You just don't acknowledge them at all. The opposite of love is indifference, eh? There's no difference between the things that pain you and the things that please you. They are both intended to teach you something. You have brought them into your experience because you want to learn from them. Illusions have to be justified. Half-truths have to be made sense of. The genuine things, the best things, the most right things truly just are. If it's in your life, there's something to be learned from it. The process of unlearning the reasons to justify the illusions is how you reacquaint yourself with the voice that doesn't use words. It's ultimately why you choose to get lost in the first place. 45. Experiences we don't have English words for yet. 1. When sunlight shines through the trees, the interplay between light and leaves. 2. When you're with your friends and decide who is who in a show or movie you all watch and then laugh hysterically about how that character is behaving. The running joke that develops around you characterizing the members of your social circle based on some cultural stencil. Think Sex and the City. 3. The feeling of your skin on someone else's. 4. The temporary, beautiful high of deciding you're going to change your life in some aesthetic, easy way. The conviction that this will change anything or everything else. 5. The inability to grasp the fact that we can't grasp what we don't know yet. 6. Hearing something a dozen times and then finally understanding what it means only when it becomes the answer to a problem you have. 7. When physical human age has no bearing on connectedness, intelligence, ability. 8. The parenting style that consists of trying to punish, embarrass, scold, and oppress children into being functional, kind, successful members of society. 9. Wanting to have a spiritual sexual experience with someone, sex that is more than just a grinding race to orgasm. 10. The mental preparation that occurs before you step into a social situation in which you have to play a role for the sake of maintaining a relationship, i.e., rehearsing your conversations with yourself by yourself. 11. The feeling of absolute peacefulness right before you fall asleep. 12. Not just assuming we know what other people are thinking and feeling, but acting on that knowing, judging them for that knowing, and really in a lot of ways capping off their potential with what we think we know of them. 13. The feeling of lightness in your whole body. 14. The love you know has an expiration date. 15. The love you know you're eventually meant for. 16. People who are funny without being mean. 17. People who are deep without being negative. 18. The frustration you feel when somebody is mad or upset over completely false things that they've made up in their mind, a complete lack of understanding on a situation. 19. The random, weird, scary, embarrassing thoughts that cross your mind and sometimes freak you out that you think you're alone in having because everybody else is scared and embarrassed by them too. 20. The art of trying to figure out someone's intentions by piecing together a bunch of random bits of evidence. 21. The kind of stuck feeling of knowing something isn't quite right, but you're not yet aware of what the alternative would be. 22. The comfort that comes with arriving at small, safe conclusions now and again. 23. The real peace of dissolving those illusions. 24. The feeling of realizing that your purpose won't usually feel like a purpose, as you have to do the work regardless, and so the whole act of finding it was just a mechanism of the ego in the first place. 25. How we define periods of our lives and personal development beyond years or grades or segments of schooling. 26. The space between raindrops. 27. A course of study that teaches you the art of the non-traditionally academic things that take up the majority of our lives. Love, relationships, doubt, faith, parenting, work, friendship, self-image, etc. 28. Being in love with someone who you only used to know and at some level still feel as though you do. 29. The happy, tired feeling you get after you eat a big meal. 30. The sensation of looking back on something far more fondly than when it was actually happening. The idea that maybe this kind of enjoyment is not to be fought or transcended, but just appreciated for what it is. 31. The feeling of feeling a feeling. 32. A person or thing that also feels like home, a non-house home. 33. The idea that is, all is as it should be. 46. How to become your own worst enemy without ever realizing it. Let yourself be governed by the illusion of separateness. Believe that you are always in competition with those around you, that you are only as good as you are better than someone else. Believe your conditioning is the only one, the right one. Drown your desire for connection by manically scrolling through feed after feed, day after day. Live your life waiting for someone else to make you feel love. Put it all in their hands. Condemn them when they don't perform. Believe you're not enough on your own, that there's something in this world that will save you and can and should. Believe that marriage licenses mean love, job titles success, religion goodness, money contentment. Trust fully in the powers that be. Let them teach you how to let your fear control you. Do not let yourself feel anything other than what other people say it's okay to feel. If your life looks good from the outside, don't take the liberty to say it doesn't feel good on the inside. Act only in accordance with what will make sense to other people. Make the most important facet of your existence being palatable to anyone and everyone else. Trick yourself into thinking that kind of numb safety is happiness. Hate yourself for still caring about the person you aren't supposed to care about anymore. Shame yourself until you're completely suppressing everything you feel. Spend days and months and years checking their status updates and new pictures in search of something, anything that justifies the feelings you just want to kill off. Tie yourself in mental knots trying to get your head and heart to coexist. Make caring a bad thing. Make loving worse. Assume that the line between good and bad runs between religions or races or creeds or nations, rather than in each human heart. Disregard our universal capacity to drown in our denseness. Fail to recognize the sameness and beauty in the people you've condemned because they were born with genetics or practices or perceptions that are different than yours, because they were conditioned the opposite way to which you were. Never realize that you were conditioned at all. Believe that you are your thoughts, that you are your emotions, rather than the being observing those things. Never realize the constant stream of conversation you hold with yourself. Never realize that 2/3 of the statements you make and ideas you have are not organically yours. Disregard that they don't lead you to contentment or kindness or hope, and accept them anyway. Pick and choose the people to whom you afford humanness. Decide who is worthy and not. Sift through the traits and habits of others. Categorize them into what's acceptable and not. Don't let someone be worthy of love and respect just because they are alive. Doing this will ensure you never give the same kindness to yourself. Be your worst enemy so nobody else can be. Assume the worst so nobody can surprise you with it. Call it being realistic. Accept the life someone else thinks you deserve. Don't believe that change is real. Don't believe in anything other than what you can immediately sense and see. Suffocate the chance of possibility. Sustain yourself on temporary highs, the kind that come from other people and their attention. Let your past experiences quantify your self-hatred. Create your past in your present. Let other people wash away the good parts of you. Call this being strong. Settle because you are afraid to choose. Call this being smart. Fight others so you don't have to face yourself. Resist and reject until it seems like everyone and everything is seeping under your skin and torturing you. Never realize your mind does the wielding. Never realize that bit by bit, you created the life you never really wanted with the pieces you never really chose. 47. If we saw souls instead of bodies. If we could see souls instead of bodies, what would be beautiful? What is the first thing people would know about you? What would you be most afraid of them seeing? Who would you impress? Who would you love? What would you adjust as you walked past the mirror? What kind of work would you be in? What would your goals be? How would you strive to be better if what you collected in the bank or put on your body or attached next to your name on a business card no longer affected what people saw? Would you spend your time in gyms and stores or in libraries and temples? Who would you let yourself fall in love with? What would your type be? Tall, dark, and handsome, or creative, kind, and self-aware? Whom would we idolize and what? How much of our governing body would be fit to lead? Whom would we make famous? Whom would we celebrate? Would we restructure our value system to prioritize the things that bring us true peace and desire, not just better than the norm? What would we do with all that money if we weren't spending it on decorating and changing and convincing everybody else that we are a way we really aren't? How would we define success? As who gathers the most shit around their souls, or who's transformed the most and shines the brightest? What would it be like if our priority was to just become lightness? What kindness and joy and healing and rawness would come of the journey there? What would happen if we could see people not as bad, but as blocked? If we could see the ways they've packed away their pain, or how they hold a belief that keeps them away from being kind to others, how they are unaware that those issues even exist. What if we weren't afraid of the ways people are different than us? What would happen if we realized our bodies never wanted anything more than to feel connected and acted out on nothing more than their false ideas of being separate, different, exiled, the odd one out, the almost but not good enough? What would happen if we embraced our desire to play out and finagle with our individualism, but eventually returned to the knowing that we are all just energy fields? And where would we be if we realized that we were all from the same one? What would happen if we realized we really weren't that different at all? 48. 16 reasons why you still don't have the love you want. 1. You want someone else to do the work of unearthing, creating, activating, and then convincing you of the love in your life. You want someone else to do what you were taught that you couldn't do for yourself. Every time you think, wish, imagine, or hope for someone else to give you something, dream of the day when they will, belabor and obsess over why they aren't, realize that thing is what you are not giving yourself. 2. Historically, it has not looked the way you thought it would, and that's because it never looks the way we think it will or comes the way we think it should. When we hold an idea of what love should look like, we attach to something that often just quells an insecurity, saves us from a reality, or helps us prove ourselves to someone else. Love never looks the way we think it will, because it's not supposed to look any certain way. Because the look of it won't actually give us the experience of it, but the pursuit of that will distract us from actually finding something genuine. 3. You think that love is just a good feeling, when love is really a consistent state of being in communion with body, mind, and soul. It is a daily commitment to learn what it means to love someone else in small, practical, mindful ways. You can be more or less attracted to someone, more or less compatible, but choosing to love and appreciate someone regardless of those variables is a constant that you can choose. And it's the belief that you can't because love must give you what you cannot give yourself that leads to so many breakups, divorces, etc. 4. You are unaware of the fact that love is nothing but an enhancement. It magnifies and brings clarity to whatever is most present in your life. So if the things that are most present are self-doubt, lostness, insecurity, etc., you will only have more and more of that. Love is not your life. It is the avenue through which you share your life, and more palpably, see yourself. 5. You believe that love will blossom when the circumstances are correct, as though you must place two reactive chemicals together and assume that an instantaneous physical/emotional response should equate to lifelong sincere love. Hormones are reactive. Expectations are reactive. Love is cultivated from and because of those things, but more effectively because of a mutual appreciation and respect for one another. 6. You are caught up in trying to make yourself objectively appealing to the opposite, or same sex, as opposed to really finding who you are, and then attracting someone who appreciates that person too. I am so saddened by how many young girls, and boys for that matter, are instructed to present themselves a certain way because that's just what's attractive. It's so silly to think generalizing what every person likes is helpful, because more insidiously, it keeps you trapped in avoidance of your true self, as you assume that person isn't good enough to elicit the approval of the masses. And then we sit around crying and cursing the stars over why we can't find somebody who loves us for who we really are. 7. You aren't clear on your intentions about what you want, and that's because you're still trying to edit and enhance them to appease, impress, or elicit someone else's approval. In other words, you can't be honest about what you want because you aren't comfortable with the truth of who you are. So long as you are functioning from that mindset, you are filtering your life, and whether or not you see the love in it, through how well it fits the image. 8. You blame others because you don't realize that every relationship you have is with yourself. Love does not suck. People do not suck. You suck. Relationships are the ultimate teaching tools, the most intense healing opportunities, the most explosively beautiful chances for us to really see what is unresolved within us. You run into the same problems. You find the same faults, the same relationships, the same pain, because it is all in you. 9. Likewise, you do not realize that negative emotions are calls to heal, not to change or drown or ignore because you don't want to feel bad anymore. Our feelings are how we communicate with ourselves. Healing is essentially reopening to seeing good, to being hopeful, sustaining, and then creating more love. Our negative emotions are not signals of what other people are doing wrong. They are meant to show us how we are misnavigating, misunderstanding, or being controlled by past experiences and fear-based beliefs. 10. You don't know how to use your heart and mind in tandem, the heart as the map and the mind as the compass. We're given two opposing sets of commandments. Follow your heart regardless of logic, and don't do anything stupid and illogical when it comes to who you choose to share your life with. The reality is that so long as you are polarized in the utilization of the most important guiding tools you have, or worse, you don't realize you have them, you will be lost as hell. That's a technical term, by the way. A quick cheat sheet for you. The heart will tell you what. The mind will tell you how. Let them stay in their corners of expertise. 11. You have yet to honor the child inside you. If you want to know who you really are, imagine speaking to yourself as a child. What would you say and do to make them feel happy? That expression is reflective of what you really need to give yourself, and is very, very helpful for people who are seeking love. Because learning to love yourself is, as odd as it may sound, learning to honor, respect, love, and acknowledge the child in you, or in other words, your most essential self. 12. You want love to change your life. You want it to provide for you what you think you cannot give yourself: stability, security, hope, happiness. So long as you function on this belief, you place love as being something that is outside of you, when the reality is that you cannot see, create, or experience on the outside what you are not already on the inside. Speaking of. 13. You don't realize that what you love most about others is what you love most about yourself. The more you are open to your own joy, the more you appreciate others. The more you are healed of your own anxiety, the less you have to cast blame and try to fight others into fixing you. Loving someone else comes down to being able to see what you appreciate about them, as it is similar to what you appreciate about yourself. 14. You not only think that somebody else is responsible for fixing you, but that there is something wrong with them if they don't. And so you want to change, fix, or condemn them for how they've wronged you. You want to blame them for not being good enough. You want to impose on them a whole lot of what you're really feeling about yourself. 15. You've forgotten kindness, when kindness is the fabric of love. I don't think there are people crueler to one another more than people who really, really love each other. They see so much of themselves in one another that they simply cannot stand it, and retaliate in all the same ways they are rejecting themselves. The foundation of a happy relationship and life, really, is unconditional kindness. It's synonymous with love, and maybe even more effective, because it shows you the action as opposed to the feeling or expectation. 16. You are looking for the answer outside of the question. For the 10th time, say it with me now. The love you really want is your own. What you're seeking in someone else is what you aren't giving to yourself. What angers you is what you aren't accepting and healing. What gives you joy and hope is what you already have within you. Finding a relationship to be that great enhancer, to have someone to share everything with, begins with you. It's as though we were taught to love ourselves first, without ever being told that loving yourself is giving yourself what you want someone else to. 49. How to actually change your life this year. People want to change their lives. They want to change their relationships, their bodies, their income, their brokerage accounts, their statuses, their homes. It's so easy to identify what's wrong on the outside and blame it for the feelings on the inside. Never is this so painfully clear as when the calendars reset and we think we're offered a fresh slate and blank page. It's easy to think a different year is a different life away, but we carry ourselves and our baggage and our energies and our hang-ups and insecurities and hopes and mindsets into that glimmering, hopeful, fresh start, blank page, new life. Our resolutions don't stick because you can't change the outside and expect a different inside. People want to change their lives. They want to change other people's lives too. They want to change the injustices they see. They want to change the whole damn world. But they do not want to change themselves. Not their image, not their appearance, not their worldly success. Themselves, which is, as it turns out, the one thing they can change. The one thing that must change first. We walk around with the cripplingly false idea that we must adjust how things are, as opposed to adjusting how we are and how we see them. This world might as well be a damn hall of mirrors. Rather than trying to break them all to distort and rearrange how you see the image, you have to let go of the idea that your image is all that exists. The things that torture us and the negative patterns that follow us, and the reason we have to keep making the same resolutions year after year, is that we are not making the shift. We are trying to shift other things. And the most hilariously, wonderfully, sadly unknown part of this is that when you do so, you end up with what you set out to achieve in the first place. The love and contentment and success. Only this time, your worth doesn't depend on it. You aren't a failure if you lose it one day. This all stems from self. 'Tis not the mountain man conquers, but himself. So, here is what you need to know. Whenever there is a problem in your life, there is a problem with how you are thinking, reacting, or responding. Whatever you feel you are not receiving is a direct reflection of what you are not giving. Whatever you are angered by is what you aren't willing to see in yourself. So where you feel you are lacking, you must give. Where there is tension, you must unpack. If you want more recognition, recognize others. If you want love, be more loving. Give exactly what you want to get. If you want to let go of something, build something new. If you don't understand, ask. If you don't like something, say so. If you want to change, start small. If you want something, ask for it. If you love someone, tell them. If you want to attract something, become it. If you enjoy something, let yourself feel it. If you do anything compulsively, ask yourself why. Stop trying to curb your spending or change your diet or avoid that one person or lash out at innocent people you love. Look for the cause of the feeling, not just the feeling itself, and you'll fix the problem for good. If you miss somebody, call them. It is silly to suffer in silence. It is noble and humbling to tell someone that they matter to you, regardless of whether or not you matter to them. If your life is missing something you cannot place back into it, restructure. You will get nowhere dismantling the pieces with nothing to take their place. You'll end up reassembling the parts of the old life you're trying to do away with. Step away and build anew. Anything new. You cannot expect to carry on with the same life you had without someone and not have that gaping hole torture you. Give yourself permission to build something beautiful, something true. If you want to be understood, explain. There is nothing we need more than people who are willing to kindly, gently, wholly, patiently explain to others. If you want to be happy, choose it. Choose to be consciously, consistently grateful for something. Choose to immerse yourself in something beautiful and peaceful and joyous. If you can't choose this, choose to start working on figuring out what blocks you, be it health or circumstance or mindset. Get help. Ask for it. Saying you can't choose is giving up for good. Don't do that. Choose change. Your routine, your job, your city, your habits, your mindset. Never sit and fester in frustration. It does not matter whether or not you're in the absolute worst-case scenario. Complaining, worrying, or being negative will never help. Anything. At all. Ever. Everything you do, see, and feel is a reflection of not who you are, but how you are. You create what you believe. You see what you want. You'll have what you give. 50. How we lose our minds to other people's gods. People allow accountants to map the blueprints of their lives. Not their essential desires, their favorite philosophers, the ideas that induce visceral reactions and become beliefs. These things don't provide a measure of what it takes to survive, a gauge on the things that have been pressed on us to seem enjoyable, so they are considered secondary. An accountant can tell you how you can live and where, what opportunities will be open and not, how comfortably you can buy holiday gifts and fund your child's education. We gauge our quality of life not by what or how much we do, but how we appear and what we earn from that doing. We're not quite at fault for this. Present-day monoculture, the governing pattern, the master narrative, the beliefs we accept without ever having consciously accepted them, tells us that if wealth and attractiveness and worldly possessions don't make us feel high and alive, we just don't have enough of them. It makes sense on an initial level, but as anybody can tell you, acquiring another zero at the end of the balance on your bank statement, or a variety of new things that really just represent your perceived worth or lack thereof, only changes how much you have surrounding you, not how deeply or sincerely you can appreciate them, feel them, enjoy them, want them, be happy because of them. If it takes more than the slightest bit of personal experience to attest to this, pluck from the endless proverbial pile of research. External acquisition does not yield internal contentment. And yet we trek on. We are still enslaved to the things we are taught are ultimate goods. We justify our faith in the system by flawed and influenced logic. We continue to believe that something external can change our internal ability to be aware, to appreciate, to live, to feel. Once we are initially convinced that not just money, but an idea of morality, education, and yes, general wealth, parlay into contentment, we become rats on a spinning wheel, and will spend the rest of our lives there if we aren't careful. If you've never heard of it before, we all seem to be suffering from a sort of Diderot effect. Denis Diderot was a philosopher during the Enlightenment, author of the fictional essay, Regrets on Parting with My Old Dressing Gown. As the story goes, he lived a very simple life and was happy until a friend gave him a gift, a gorgeous scarlet dressing gown. The more he wore his gown around his small apartment, the more the simplicity of his life seemed out of place. He then desired new furnishings, as one with a dressing gown as beautiful as his shouldn't be living in a lowly home. He then wanted to replace his other clothes, his wall hangings, and so on. He wound up in debt and toiling his life away trying to maintain the glamour of his surroundings, an elusive, endless task. Because modern daily life keeps us consistently dipping our toes and dousing our senses in ads and success stories that are born of luxury and married to materialism, it is almost impossible to take a step back and see the system objectively. So most don't. I don't know about you, but I have never seen a god so worshipped and adored as a dollar bill. Never so much faith put into systems designed to maintain power and serve the ego. The most insidiously effective governors are the ones that do not tell you they are controlling you, and they are the ones you have programmed your need to keep running on the wheel, staring at the illusory screen, thinking you're heading to that end goal. Behind the cage, what you cannot see is that the wheel you are running on endlessly powers their monopoly. And because of this predisposed collective mindset that is very evidently not serving us, we believe in a variety of goods. Be educated, be a good person, have money, be attractive, work out, have a great job, buy a house, and onward. It ignites the interest of our senses, our base instincts, our egoic selves. But how often do we question the good that has been imposed on us? How often do we really stop and question how much faith we have in a system that has us convinced our natural state, our simple lives, our inner joys are not good enough? The next time you make a choice because you are trying to be a good person, I implore you to consider that those who commit suicide terrorism believe they are being good people, martyrs for their God. The next time you equate a degree to an education, consider the state of really any aspect of our society. We are absolutely starved for knowledge, and yet the premium on education these days seems to be limitless. There is no amount of debt, disinterest, or complete disregard for actual learning that will stand in the way of people getting degrees and believing their education is complete for their lifetime. I often look around at older people and wonder how we've confused respecting your elders with allowing them to believe it's okay to stop learning after age 23 and let them sit and fester in the prejudices of the generation in which they were raised. So we're handing out empty degrees like candy, degrees that promise success at a steep, suffocating cost, and placating bias and prejudice with a laugh and sigh, because that's what we're instructed is right. I'm not saying there's no value in education. I'm saying it's the only thing of real value, and we're falling cripplingly short of actually giving that to the masses. I dream of a day that college grads leave school not believing that their education is only the leg power to latch themselves on a corporate treadmill for the better parts of their lives, but rather something that has given them the context, the history, the perspective, and the opportunity to learn what makes them tick and flow, how to question everything and discuss anything objectively, to choose the life they want, not adhere to the life that was chosen for them. Neither Hobbes, nor Plato, nor Spinoza, nor Hume, nor Locke, nor Nietzsche, nor Jobs, nor Wintour, nor Descartes, nor Beethoven, nor Zuckerberg, nor Lincoln, nor Rockefeller, nor Edison, nor Disney, nor countless other game-changing, culture-shifting, brilliant-minded individuals were academics. The pattern is enough of a trend to make you wonder whether or not a component of their exceptional success was that they were never conditioned to believe one thing was good. Their ideas were never edited or tailored to the liking of someone else's. They never had to quell their real opinions in lieu of a grade, and they never compiled other people's ideas for years and called it research. In Plato's The Republic, he tells an oft-cited allegory of men chained together in a cave, with their backs to a flame, believing that the masterfully crafted shadows that those behind them were holding up were reality. Seeing that light, metaphorically or not, is the truest education, mostly because we need not lay eyes on it to understand it. We need only piece together the illusions we perceive to make sense of what is behind us. And really, at the end of the day, it is not our own illusions that are dangerous. It's other people's, especially when we accept them not only as integral, unmoving parts of our ultimately dissatisfying lives, but when we believe them to be good, unquestioningly, unfailingly. Nobody ever gave someone permission to be enlightened. No new line of thinking or creative genius was born of what was already acceptable. We associate acceptable with good, when really acceptable is mostly staying within the lines someone else uses to control you by, for better and for worse. Our lives are not measured by other people's gods, not their dollars or illusions or business plans, not their beauty standards or declarations of what's right and wrong and good and bad and whom we should be on any given day. It seems the task of the generation, century maybe, will be radically accepting ourselves in a society that feeds on the opposite, seeing illusions for what they are even, and maybe especially when they are other people's, making kindness cool and humility humor, forgiving the way things are, knowing the only way to reinvent anything is not to destroy what's present, but to create a new, more efficient model, one that renders the other obsolete. 51. How you fall out of love with the idea of someone. There are two ways things turn out. You lose a thing, you replace it with something else. It's better than what you lost. You're happy. You lose a thing, it doesn't disappear when it's replaced. Not having it becomes as much of a presence as having it was. You're told the things you can't forget about are meant to be in your mind, the simple aftermath of having loved somebody so deeply. You hold on to a someone and someday that was supposed to be yours. We are told to believe that not being able to let go of the things we lose does nothing but prove how much we loved them in the first place. And I don't think this is true. Living with a ghost, crafting an idea that you need to hold on to fill a space or insecurity with, is using the idea of someone to fix something about yourself. We love heartbreak, and we love putting it on ourselves. We're more nostalgic for things that never happened than we are grateful and present in the things that are. We start missing things we never had, that we just created in our minds in this false, ultra reality. The things that are easily replaced are usually the ones that you haven't attached existential meaning to. That is to say, they're the things you don't rely on to give you a sense of self. The things that don't leave your head are not the ones that show you what's meant to be. They're the things that show you what you're still not okay with on your own. You know what unconditional love is? Unconditional love is loving someone even if they don't unconditionally love you in return. That's affection without pretense. That's what we claim we're after, and yet we can barely grasp the idea. Most people we enjoy because they're contact highs. The idea of types and standards are proof that we're just looking for somebody to play a role. Heartbreak is the aftermath of when somebody steps out of the very specific notion you had of them. Suddenly, they're not doing what you think they should be doing, and so they are wrong. The inability to detach is holding on to the fact that the package looked so perfect. The pieces seemed to fit, and yet, but still. Being in love with somebody that you only used to know is like falling in love with a book, which sounds like a dumb example, but people really do fall in love with them. The point is, you can love it all you want, but it's a story that runs parallel to yours. At the end of the day, it's static. It's memory. It's a sentence, and you can't change it. It ends how it ends. It says what it says. A friend once told me that the secret to finding love was not to actually look for it, but to heal the things that were preventing you from seeing and receiving it. I think the biggest one of all is, what will having this love fix? What will having this person next to me make me feel better about? What do I need them to tell me? What do I need them to prove? Who do I need them to look great in front of? What purpose do they serve for my ego? This is true of many things, not just of love. We confuse genuine affection and real love with the light, happy, free feeling we experience for a few seconds, days, months, when we have fed our egos. That's why it doesn't last. That's why we hold on to ideas of things that were and things we need to be. The idea of someone saves something about ourselves. And the more we hold on to those fragments of a person, those soundbite dreams that distract us from the moment, we end up with a few distilled memories that we've turned into life-sustaining hopes, and we piece it all together and place it on the shoulders of the person who we thought loved us enough to make us love ourselves. And if you're not careful, that person will become a part of you. They will become the good part, the whole part, the love of your life. 52. Why we subconsciously love to create problems for ourselves. I think most people could objectively look at their lives and see how frequently the problems they had were of their own making, their suffering self-inflicted. We absolutely love to make problems for ourselves, and we do it all the time. We worry needlessly. We choose immobility. We resist acceptance. We externalize our power. We surrender our ability to choose, when really it's up to us to decide how we react, when we change, what we entertain our minds with. It's yet another symptom of our own masochism to say that we don't have a choice in the matter. And we do it because we love it. There's something fun in making problems for ourselves. There is something we keep returning to, whether it be because we feel we deserve it, that it gives our lives meaning, that it gives us human credibility for having been through something, anything, We want to create our own problems. Because when we are the ones who make them, we are the ones who can overcome them. It seems we almost stage accomplishments in our minds. We subconsciously know that we're going to get through it, but we choose to entertain the suffering only to feel that sense of, I've done something. I've proven my own strength. We make things difficult, so they seem warranted of feeling good when they aren't anymore. The more we suffer, the more something is worthwhile. We craft our victories subconsciously. We know there's no point in fretting or worrying about anything. If something can be solved, solve it. If it cannot, worrying and fretting will not suddenly change that. In either scenario, it is pointless, needless noise. But the point is that we like worrying and fretting. If we didn't like it so much, we probably wouldn't do it incessantly. It feeds some human part of us that modernization has robbed us of. What are we surviving? What is the point? Why? Well, because when everything has an answer, what is there to do? If everything has a solution, what is there to consider, or work toward, or feel excited about accomplishing? Or rather, really, why do we need to work towards something? Why do we need to feel excited about accomplishments rather than what we already have? What exists within us that is so unsettled that we cannot be at peace? I think we create our own problems to address the things we know would otherwise become issues outside of our control. We make them in ways that allow us to heal, address, fix, cope, and acknowledge whatever we want to get to before some other heartbreaking, external circumstance does it for us. We create our own problems in the scope of knowing we eventually have the solutions, so we can safely, albeit painfully, deal with them. So really, it's not a matter of not making issues for ourselves, but being aware enough to understand what they are, and that we're asking ourselves to heal them. 53. Why does a soul want a body? Yesterday, I took a shortcut while walking home and ended up crossing through a small graveyard in the back of a city church. I stopped and I looked at the names and the dates and the veterans and the 3-year-olds and loving wives and fathers and sisters and husbands, the immortalized bits of what their lives were summed up to be, and I thought to myself, why would a soul want a body? What can a body do that a soul can't? Why would it want an impermanent, gross, heavy, hurting thing? I was standing in front of a husband and wife that died in the late 1800s. I looked at their final resting places, a few inches away from one another, and realized a soul can't touch. Assuming the idea that a soul is an energy field, that our spirits do indeed exceed the speck of life our bodies provide in the span of infinity, a soul can't touch. It can't see the light. It is the light. It doesn't know the need for human skin. It can't run its fingers over someone else's hand and neck and back, and it can't feel crippling desire and ecstatic passion. Those are symptoms of a madness we call love, but it's human love. It's often shallow and wild and manic, and the equivalent of smoking crack cocaine. It melts into an appreciation of something deeper, or it burns brightly and then it goes out. Souls can't experience a beginning or an end, nor an array and spectrum of emotions. They can't be surprised because they were never confused or unknowing. They don't know physical emotional warmth, or what it's like to hold and kiss a new baby on the forehead, or the jilt you get in your chest when you smell the person you love. Your soul can't feel the cadence of reading your favorite book, or the sensation when your mind puts someone else's story into your life, or how your fingers flip through the broken binding for the trillionth time, and how lovely that book smell is, especially when it's your favorite one. It doesn't know that crisp and comforting coolness of fall, or the heat of the sun on your back in the summer. It doesn't know that deep feeling you get when you spread your fingers out and run your hand through water. It can't wear your favorite t-shirt, or eat cookie dough, or sweat, or breathe, or cry, or dance. It doesn't know the lifetime comfort of your mother, or your lover wrapping their arm around you matter-of-factly. A body is responsible for the most amazing part of anything, physically finding or creating. Once we have something, we don't want it anymore. What we really want is to make and fight and become. A soul doesn't have to pay the bills or go food shopping or cook dinner or schedule a checkup or do the dishes or make plans for Friday to keep up with a relationship. It doesn't have to take hot baths to relax or organize the house or run errands or take walks to think. A body can learn. A body can feel the magic of realization. It can piece the pieces together and understand. It can get lost so it can be found. It can suffer so it can heal. What if the series of rote tasks we want our lives to be better than aren't better than us at all? What if they're what we're scheduled to do? What if there is no greater meaning than just simply doing them? What if what we feel in those little moments we want to escape and place in the context of a greater meaning is the meaning itself? If healing is just acknowledging pain, then maybe living is just acknowledging life. There are so many anxieties and frustrations and terrible things that cease instantly when we just say them out loud. The point of learning to grieve and mourn and be present is only so we can just be aware. Recognition is the remedy. It's the only thing we're really supposed to do. And the real suffering, the inescapable kind, comes from avoiding what's in front of us. It follows and haunts us until we acknowledge it and are okay with it, even if it doesn't make us happy, even if we're anything but. A soul wants a body so it can experience things, and that body will fight itself until it makes itself aware, until it does what it was programmed to do, until it takes what it needs to take and feels what it wants to feel, no matter how dark that seems. We're not supposed to be better than our humanness. Doing so is overlooking the point of the body in the first place. We can choose happiness, but we choose the full spectrum of experience instead. Maybe instead of believing things are linear and the road only goes upward and toward happiness, we allow ourselves what we choose. We pay bills and do dishes and cook dinner and wonder why. Maybe there's no point to feeling other than to feel it. Maybe it just persists because we pretend there is. 54. The importance of stillness. Why it's imperative to make time to do nothing. We're conditioned to associate stillness with inactivity and inactivity with failure. We're trained to be overworked and to believe that if at any point we aren't doing something that contributes to our goals, we're not doing anything. It makes us unable to just be with ourselves. Our purpose only legitimate if it's serving someone or something else. In fact, we are so opposed to being with ourselves. In a study done by the University of Virginia, over 700 people were asked to just sit in a room alone with their thoughts for 6 to 15 minutes, alongside a shock button that they could press if they ever wanted out. 67% of men and 25% of women chose to shock themselves rather than sit quietly and think. Stillness is psychologically imperative, though. We are not built to be running all the time, and doing so leads to absolutely detrimental effects, the least of which I will touch on here. When overworking is our identity, we lose track of who we actually are, and in the process, we stop living actual lives. 1. What we call doing nothing is actually crucial for our physiological selves and is essential to maintain a happy, peaceful, balanced lifestyle. The idea that we must always be doing something is completely cultural and completely unhealthy. Notice how we only feel we are doing something when that something can be externally measured by other people. 2. In the do-nothing state, the brain is superpowering itself. It's completing unconscious tasks or integrating and processing conscious experiences. In the resting state, neural networks can process experiences, consolidate memories, reinforce learning, regular attention and emotions, and in turn keep us more productive and effective in our day-to-day work. 3. Human beings are not designed to be continually expending energy whilst conscious, and it has a massive effect on the very thing they're trying to put their energy toward, their work. Tony Schwartz cited a study in his piece on productivity and restfulness in the New York Times which proved that not getting enough sleep or do-nothing time was the highest predictor of on-the-job burnout. Another Harvard study he cited estimated that sleep deprivation costs American companies $63.2 billion a year in lost productivity. 4. When you do not sit and allow yourself to reflect, reconcile, and acknowledge what you feel, you actively give said feelings more power. Stephanie Brown argues, there's this widespread belief that thinking and feeling will only slow you down and get in your way, but it's the opposite. Most psychotherapists would contend that suppressing negative feelings only gives them more power, leading to intrusive thoughts, which can prompt people to be even busier to avoid them. 5. Creativity thrives in stillness and nothingness. Creativity is fostered in the state of stepping away from the project, task, or issue at hand and distracting oneself with other day-to-day tasks. Countless studies show that people who are deeply creative on a consistent basis, who develop the most innovative and unique ideas, are the ones who free themselves from structure and allow their minds to wander rather than focus on various tasks at hand. Einstein called this initiating the sacred intuitive mind, as opposed to the rational mind, which he sees as its servant. 6. You're more likely to actually achieve what you set out to do if you work on it intermittently, and you'll maintain a healthier, happier lifestyle in the process. Keeping your mind in a consistent state of focus leads to life-shortening and quality-depleting stress. And while you're in the process of neglecting the things that also matter, your health, your family, your state of mind, you are more likely to reach your saturation point and simply give up on what you were devoting all of your time and energy to in the first place. 7. It helps you become more mindful, more aware of the present moment. Cultivating mindfulness aids in reducing general stress, improving memory, decreasing emotional reactivity, more relationship satisfaction, cognitive flexibility, empathy, compassion, general decrease of anxiety and depression / increase of overall quality of life, and on and on. 8. It's not taking a break or time away from what you are actually supposed to be doing. It's what human beings are designed for. Tom Crider argues, idleness is not just a vacation, an indulgence, or a vice. It is as indispensable to the brain as vitamin D is to the body, and deprived of it we suffer a mental affliction as disfiguring as rickets. The space and quiet that idleness provides is a necessary condition for standing back from life and seeing it whole, for making unexpected connections and waiting for the wild summer lightning strikes of inspiration. It is, paradoxically, necessary to getting any work done. 55. Why you're struggling in your relationships based on your attachment style. It's common knowledge that most of our beliefs about the world are shaped in childhood, and most issues that people experience as adults have something to do with what was experienced in the earliest phases of life. Never is this more true than with romantic relationships. They are, after all, extensions of the bonds we build and things we come to understand about men, women, and how they interact through our parents. Many people spend their lives recreating their first familiar relationships, often to their own detriment. Here, the 4 types of attachment styles children develop, and how understanding your own can help you stop struggling so much in your relationships now. Secure. If you are someone who attaches securely, one or both of your parents were completely attuned to your needs during early childhood. You learned to trust people and objectively struggle the least with relationships, as you don't over-respond to the idea being rejected or dismissed. You just don't fear it as much. However, if you are struggling in your relationships, it's likely because of your complacency. You're willing to stay in the wrong relationships for too long because they're good enough. But at the same time, you're more hesitant to commit to the right relationships when they come along because there's more risk involved. You are comfortable and prefer to stay that way, possibly at the detriment of your heart's true desires. What you need to do is open up to the reality that love is scary, especially the kind of love that's worthwhile. Take your time, but don't choose the easy way out. Avoidant. If you are someone with avoidant attachment, you were likely the child of parents who were emotionally unavailable and insensitive to your genuine needs. You became a little adult at a young age, avoided and still avoid expressing true pain or need for help, especially to parents/caretakers, and highly value your independence, almost to a fault. You are self-contained and most comfortable alone. Your parents likely punished you for feeling anything other than happy, or at least shamed you for crying or expressing your feelings in any way that wasn't convenient for them. This likely has led to intimacy issues, as you struggle to be your whole self around someone else. If you're struggling in your relationships, it's because you've grown to associate imperfections with dismissal. You think that opening up completely and genuinely will inevitably lead to you being unloved or rejected, because you learned at a young age that expressing genuine feelings could be dangerous. You are probably overly accepting of other people's flaws, but absolutely cannot tolerate any of your own. What you need to do is practice opening up to other people in a genuine way. Start with friends, maybe, and see that you won't be disowned for being who you are. Once you develop a more trusting attitude with others, it will become easier and easier to be intimate. Anxious. If you've developed an anxious attachment, it's because your parents were inconsistently attuned to your needs. At times you were nurtured and loved, but at others, they were overly intrusive and insensitive. You likely struggle with indecisiveness and fear of the unknown, as you never know what kind of treatment to expect from people. You have a hard time trusting others, but at the same time are easily overly attached and clingy, even just to the idea of a person. This is because you are afraid of anything you haven't grown to know as safe, and want to hang on to people rather than face your fear of the unknown. If you're struggling in your relationships, it's because you are spending too much time mind-reading, assuming, projecting, predicting, and anticipating outcomes in an effort to shield yourself from pain, or because you refuse to let go out of fear that you'll never find anybody else. Either way, you're more in your head than in your heart, and you're letting your life be guided by what you're trying to avoid, as opposed to what you're trying to achieve. Being better in your relationships will likely be the product of learning that the anxiety and urgency you feel is in your head. You need to work on refocusing your thoughts, differentiating reality from your fears, and surrounding yourself with trustworthy, caring people. Disorganized. If you formed a disorganized attachment in childhood, it is because your parents or caretakers were abusive, frightening, or even life-threatening. You wanted to escape. Yet your livelihood depended on the very people who were hurting you most. You may not have been fully able to escape until adulthood. Your attachment figure was your main source of distress, and to survive, you were forced to begin disassociating from yourself. If you're struggling in your relationships, it's because you haven't learned to listen to your emotional navigation system yet. You aren't choosing partners you genuinely care about, or are ignoring your instincts because you grew up being forced not to trust yourself. Sure, you were in pain, but if you wanted to survive, you had to ignore that pain and convince yourself everything was all right. What you need to do is some very serious mental/emotional work that likely involves recalling your past trauma and rewriting your narrative of what happened in your life. You will need to reassociate with your inner guidance system and learn to trust it more than you do your thoughts or ideas. 56. 16 ways suppressed emotions are appearing in your life. Many people will agree that suppression is the least effective emotional regulation strategy available, and yet it's the most common go-to coping technique. In a sense, emotional suppression is simply just ignoring your feelings or invalidating them by believing they're wrong. This is dangerous because your emotions are responses that are designed to keep you alive and well. This problem is created, of course, from basic emotional intelligence not being common knowledge. Rather than face the scary unknown, we just avoid it. In 1988, Daniel Wenger conducted a groundbreaking study that showed just how insidious emotional suppression can be. The results of his research were the ability to identify the rebound effect of thought suppression. Essentially, the group in the study that was instructed to push away thoughts of a white bear had more thoughts about the white bear than the other group, which was allowed to think about anything, including a white bear. Ever heard the phrase, "What we resist persists"? Long story short, you can't avoid your emotions. You can't deny them, invalidate them, or suppress them. You can only try to ignore them, but for reasons more powerful than your conscious mind can grasp, they will make themselves known in many other ways. Here are a few ways suppressed emotions resurface in life/signs you may be experiencing this too. 1. Your self-image is polarized. You either think you're the greatest person on earth or a worthless piece of garbage with little in between. 2. You become anxious when anticipating social situations, as you feel you cannot just show up as you are, so you will have to perform or be subject to judgment from whoever is there. 3. You catastrophize. One bad remark from a colleague is cause for an existential breakdown about your self-worth. One argument with a partner is cause to rethink the whole relationship, and so on. 4. You exist in comparison to others. You feel you are only as attractive as you are more attractive than someone else, or the most attractive person in the room, and so on. 5. You cannot tolerate being wrong, as you associate making a mistake with being invalidated as a person. 6. You have random, almost completely unprecedented bursts of anger over very small, unimportant things. 7. You complain constantly about things that don't even really warrant complaint. It's a subconscious desire for other people to see and acknowledge your pain. 8. You're indecisive. You don't trust that your thoughts or opinions or choices will be good or right the first time, so you overthink. 9. You procrastinate, which is just another way to say you're fairly regularly in a state of dis-ease with yourself. You can't simply allow flow, which is a product of suppression. 10. You'd rather feel superior to other people than connected to them. 11. When someone you know is successful, your immediate response is to pick out their faults rather than express admiration or acknowledgement. 12. Your relationships end for similar reasons. You feel anxiety over similar things, and even though you assume time will diminish these feelings or responses, the patterns persist. 13. You're resentful of whomever you think is responsible for your pain, or your lack of success, or your inability to choose. 14. You feel as though you can't really open your heart to someone. 15. You suffer a spotlight complex, in which you feel that everyone is watching you and is invested in how your life turns out. They aren't. They're not. 16. You're afraid to move on, even though you want to. You may be ready to move on mentally, but until you completely process the accompanying feelings, you'll remain exactly where you are. 57. 50 people on the most liberating thought they've ever had. Your life unfolds in a succession of revelations. It's when you set down the book and stare ahead and repeat the sentence in your mind again and again. Apply it to every little thing you twist to make applicable. You answer questions you didn't know you were asking, tie ends you left off years ago. The key to a completely liberating thought is that it's self-evident. It's proven itself in your experience. It doesn't have to solve the problem. It has to help you understand why you had it in the first place. Every conscious thought you have either circles you back into the mental cycle you're in, or it liberates you from it. Some cycles are healthy, some are not. Some you want to maintain, some you don't. Some you want to change and you know you want to change them. Some you want to change and you don't know you want to change them. Some you need to change and you don't know how. I think your life improves in direct proportion to how often you are put in situations in which you have no choice but to seek a greater truth. That is something I think. People who are comfortable don't have to keep reading or searching or seeking. They don't grow because they don't have to. A sad but important thing to know about humans is that they don't change until not changing is a less comfortable option. I know that my success has been directly proportionate to my suffering. That is something I know. That is the experience to which I have arrived at the aforementioned theory. At this point, the most liberating thought I have ever had is that I would not change a thing. Everything in my life served a purpose. The darkest and shittiest and terrible and most self-destructive among them. They all brought me here. I was never crazy. I was a product of my circumstances. That one took a long time to completely acknowledge. But it's true. I responded and reacted and behaved the way any normal, healthy, functioning person would and should. I wasn't supposed to be happy. Had I responded well or complacently, I wouldn't have ended up where I was headed. I would have lived the life other people imposed on me. I would have actually constituted for being mentally ill. It was crucial that I didn't have it together or consistently feel good. I grew out of my suffering by being able to perceive what was wrong and uncomfortable, really without knowing any differently. How incredible is that? That we can know when something is wrong, even if we aren't entirely sure what the opposite would be. There's not a good thing in the world that was not built of 1,000 tiny revolutions, and people are no exception. I wanted to compile a series of not only the most liberating thoughts, the revelations that have changed and shaped and created me, but also other people's. Here, 49 strangers shared theirs. One is mine. in hopes that maybe some of them can be yours as well. 1. I get to choose what I think about. 2. I don't owe anybody an apology for disagreeing with them. 3. You can have everything you want, just not at the same time, and if you think that's unfortunate, consider that if you had everything at once, you wouldn't really experience or enjoy it completely. 4. You can choose your family. You can choose your religion. You can choose who you are every day, and it doesn't have to be the same person you were yesterday. You do not have to become only what other people are comfortable with or can understand. 5. My life does not define me. I define my life. This moment is not my life. This is a moment in my life. 6. Everything I perceive is a projection of who I am. If I want to change my life, I change myself. 7. I don't have to accept anything. I don't have to change everything. 8. Freedom is a state of mind. 9. There is nothing you can have forever, but there are many things you'll miss experiencing if you're too busy trying to keep them rather than love them while you have them. 10. There are so many kinds of love worth pursuing other than romantic love. There are so many experiences to have other than just happiness. Anything other than ideal is not failure. It's life. It's what we're made for and meant for. 11. I am a person of value. I deserve happiness. I deserve to be kind to myself. I deserve love. 12. I will get over what I am struggling with in the very same way I got over the other things I thought I never could. That's a most comforting thought, in my opinion. Comparing what you're going through to what you've been through, and knowing you have what it takes to get through it. 13. You don't remember years. You remember moments. 14. I'm not supposed to be anything other than what I am. 15. Nothing is permanent, not even the worst feelings. 16. I can change my experience just by deciding to see things differently. I may not be in control of what happens around and toward me, but I am always in control of how I see it, how I respond, and how I react. At the end of the day, that is all I am responsible for. 17. Nobody cries at a funeral because the world will be missing out on another pretty face. They cry because the world is missing another heart, another soul, another person. Don't wait until it's too late to focus on what will actually matter, creating something that lasts far beyond your body. 18. People do not love you based on a flowchart on which they compare you to other people. People who are the prettiest and thinnest and best off financially are not the most loved. They do not live the best lives. I have to remind myself that every time I start worrying more about what I look like than what I am. 19. The moment is all that exists. The cliché that tells you to live in it is overdone, but there's no other option, really. It's whether or not you're paying attention that's the problem. 20. The way to get through anything is to embrace the fact that whatever comes, comes with reason. Whatever stays, stays with reason. Whatever hurts, hurts with reason. Ignoring or fighting the effect will not fix the cause. 21. What you focus on expands. 22. This too shall pass. 23. I've always been compelled to act when I was meant to. I never had to think too hard about the things that were meant to be. I only had to be open to them. 24. What I went through made me who I am. What I'm going through will make me what I will be. What I choose to put my energy toward now will create that person. I decide. My circumstances don't. 25. Never forget that you are not in the world. The world is in you. When anything happens to you, take the experience inward. Creation is set up to bring you constant hints and clues about your role as co-creator. Your soul is metabolizing experience as surely as your body is metabolizing food. This is a quote from Deepak Chopra. 26. There is always a way, even when it least feels like it. There's always a way. There are different jobs, new ideas, apartments opening up across the country, flights leaving in the next hour to the places I've always wanted to go. There's a way to find the money, get the gig, find the love. There's always a way. I am never stuck. I am only in the mindset that I am. 27. There is no grand moment in life. You don't wake up and say, "Aha, I've made it." Happiness is all in details. The joy is all in the journey. Always has been, always will be. 28. The purpose of being here is growth. Growth means being able to experience and see more because you are aware of it. The purpose of being here, then, is expanding awareness. 29. The worst things to happen to me were the things that had to teach me what nothing else could, to prepare me for things so wonderful I couldn't imagine them, let alone know I had to get ready for them. 30. You haven't failed until you've stopped trying. 31. I do not have to adopt other people's problems as my own to help them. 32. You do not have to be loved by everybody to be worthy of love. 33. The present is the only time. If you don't start living in it, you don't really live at all. 34. You teach people how to treat you. You get in life what you have the courage to ask for. 35. My only regret in my entire life is just that I didn't enjoy it more. 36. The things I'm meant to have will simply come to me. All I am responsible for is making sure I'm ready. 37. Don't take anything too seriously. Nobody gets out alive anyway. 38. I cannot change those around me. Real change happens one by one, each person doing the only thing they can, seeing where they can stand to improve as opposed to pointing fingers at the injustices they see in others. 39. Wisdom is knowing that you don't and will never really know anything. We used to believe the earth was flat. A discovery changed that. You don't know that we won't discover we're all robots in some matrix simulation. Or, I don't know. The point is, wisdom is just being, not making sense of. 40. I once bought a train ticket for myself and was on a trip that I completely funded and realized that I can support myself and I don't have to answer or please anybody else. I work hard so I can live the way I want. 41. I am infinite. People always say, "What would you do if you could live forever?" Well, I'm here to say, if you believe your soul is eternal, you can. What are you doing with it now? 42. Even if you abandon faith, hope, and love, they don't leave you. 43. I am made of love and light. That is who I essentially am. Everything else is simply a disconnect. I am not one thing that has to be transformed into another. I am love and light, and I choose whether or not I remember that, or I decide to be blocked out of fear. 44. When you step into a library, all the knowledge in the world is before you. When you wake up each day, all the possibility in the world is too. You choose whether or not you just see books. You choose whether or not you just see another day. 45. I am always one choice away from changing everything. 46. If I choose not to be upset, not to spend time feeling a certain way, then I do not feel upset. If I do not feel upset, then I have not been harmed. Marcus Aurelius said something similar, but I prefer it in my own words. 47. There is immeasurable joy in the small things. In a great book, fresh vegetables, a warm bed, the arms of someone you love. These things in our twisted world are rarely valued, but in the end, they're probably the most joy we're going to have. 48. We take our lives way too seriously. In a few hundred years, most people will be completely forgotten about. That's not depressing. That is liberating. Do what you can and make it hella good. Give love and do what you most genuinely want to. It won't matter anyway, so make it matter now. 49. I do not have to be what other people see me as. I do not have to assume they know best. 50. You're going to be okay. Not because I said so, but because okay is where we all end up, even if we fuck up entirely along the way. This is a Cheryl Strayed quote. 58. You're only in your 20s. It's not too late to completely start over. I know it seems like your 20s are designed for the build, a steady progression of acquiring better and more. I know it seems like the most important thing in the world is to build a picture of mind's eye comforts, the ways you have it together, the things the world would look at and approve of, the things you can think about to soothe yourself out of a panic attack. But your 20s are about unlearning too, stripping away lukewarm loves and work you don't thrive doing, and friends you've outgrown, and limiting ideas you've been leaning on to guide you. You're making room for your actual life to begin. Most people stumble in their 20s because they've spent their lives anticipating them. They've lived for this point, when happiness can ensue. But the most unhappy people are often the ones with the pretty nice apartments and the decent amount of friends, and the good enough job in fields they're at least somewhat interested in, because they've spent their lives building ideas rather than learning how to feel. Your 20s are about undoing as much as they are anything else, choosing new, deciding otherwise, shedding layers that have muddied your idea of who you think you are. This is the kind of scary magic you want, the kind that leads you into the beautiful unknown. You are becoming the person you are going to be for the rest of your life. How genuinely are you going to live? How afraid are you going to be? For how many more years are you going to let your demons conquer you? You are only in your 20s. It is not too late to start over. In fact, I hope you start over all the time. Not by burning bridges or ditching town or closing yourself to what you have, but by no longer fearing what you don't. I hope you spend your free afternoons working on the skills you need to have the job you want someday. I hope you accept that you're not supposed to look the way you did in high school or really want the same things. I hope you ask yourself, what do I want now? Every time it occurs to you to do so. I hope you learn that there is only one way to guide your life, and it is by consistently focusing on the next right step. Genuinely unhappy people are never upset by their circumstances. They are upset because they have externalized their power. They put their faith in finding the right person as opposed to being able to attract and choose the right person. They put their faith in finding the right job, in the right economy, as opposed to honing their skills to the point that a company would be remiss to overlook them. If you want to genuinely start over, clear the slate of everything you ever thought about how to get your life together. Don't predict, project, mind read, assume. Don't imagine a better elevator speech. Don't only think of what it makes sense to do. Think of what it feels right to do. Not what your impulses say, not what your laziness says, not what your fear says. Those things have probably gotten you where you are, but a layer beneath them is a more resolute voice, and it will tell you which way to go. You only have to get quiet, listen, and act. Learn to live your life more than you're inclined to sit around wondering about it. You can't reflect your way into a new existence, but you can think yourself into paralysis. If you know at your core that you must start over, it's not a matter of whether or not you will. It's whether you'll do it later, or whether you'll do it now. 59. 17 ideas you're keeping about your life that are only holding you back. 1. If you work hard enough, success is a guarantee. Most people are rarely successful in the way they first set out to be. Rather than work toward an end goal, work toward liking the process of getting there. Whether success is a product of chance or fate, all you can control is how much work you put in, not exactly what comes out. 2. Wanting something badly enough qualifies you to have it. Nobody ever got anything from just wanting it badly enough. You have to want it badly enough to sacrifice and to work hard, become qualified, keep your head up through tons of rejection and doubt, and then rinse/repeat for as long as it takes. 3. You'll be the exception to everything, so you don't have to wear sunscreen or save money or worry about your retirement plan or treat people respectfully, because your circumstances are just different than everyone else's. 4. You're a celebrity in your own mind. Everyone is watching you and judging your choices. The spotlight complex is undoubtedly linked to social media, but regardless, nobody is thinking about you the way you are thinking about you, nor nearly as much. Nobody cares if you wear an unflattering shirt out to the pharmacy. Nobody really cares what you do with your life, so stop making choices as though they do. 5. If you're doing something right, results will be instantaneous. If you're doing something right, the results will take a very long time to build up and produce an outcome you're happy with. 6. Busyness is a good thing. Being busy is what happens when people are ill-equipped to manage their stress. People who actually have a lot to do focus on getting it done simply because they don't have another choice. 7. There's a right time to create, or get married, or have a child, or start pursuing the life you feel called to. If you're looking for an excuse as to why it's not the right time, you'll always find one. 8. Adulthood is hard. There are lots of things that are challenging and heartbreaking and trying in life, but learning how to perform basic functions is not one of them. 9. Your purpose is something existentially profound. Your purpose is just to be here and to do whatever job you find yourself doing. You don't have to be consciously changing the world to fulfill it. 10. Everybody can have a job they love if they work hard enough. Everybody can find a way to enjoy their job, regardless of the inevitable challenges that come with any job. But nobody is entitled to do work that happens to fit precisely within their realm of interest and comfort. 11. You're not responsible for that which you do unintentionally. Accidentally hurting someone's feelings doesn't really hurt them. Time you don't realize wasting isn't wasted. Money spent on necessities isn't money spent. Essentially, if you aren't conscious of the repercussions of something, they don't count. 12. Your life partner is responsible for making you feel one very specific way, and you use that singular feeling to determine whether or not your relationship is good or worthwhile. 13. To accept something, you must be happy about it, or at least okay with it. You can accept your circumstances, acknowledge they are real, while still disliking them strongly. You don't have to like everything, but if you want to preserve your sanity, you have to accept whatever comes into your life before you can change it. 14. People are ruminating on the embarrassing stuff you did 5 years ago. They're busy ruminating on their own stuff the same way you are. Are you thinking about things other people did over the years to any significant degree? It's unlikely. 15. You must be right to be a valid, intelligent human being. Really, the most intelligent people are more open to being wrong than anyone. That's how they learn. But regardless, you do not need to be consistently right or exceedingly smart or stunningly beautiful or anything else to be worthwhile and lovable. 16. You are your struggles. You say, I am an anxious person, rather than, I sometimes feel anxiety. You identify with your problems, which is likely a huge reason why you can't overcome them. 17. You can only be as happy as your circumstances allow. You will only be as happy as you choose to focus on what's positive, reconcile and problem solve what's negative, build the relationships that matter, validate yourself, and develop your mindset. You cannot choose a feeling, but you can always choose what you think about. Rejecting the idea that you can do so is to submit and doom yourself to a life in which you are never truly happy at all. 60. How to become the kind of person who deserves the life you want. We're conditioned to believe that there is only so much happiness to go around. Beginning at a young age, we're almost pitted against one another in the race for superiority. That mindset still seeps into our daily interactions and is certainly a pillar of the me-centric media culture we've created. We're taught that there are winners, there are losers. There are people who make it, there are people who don't, and you need to be someone who does. There are only so many positions, so many success stories, so many opportunities to make the life you want. You need to choose from the human catalog of physical success and fight for a limited edition lifestyle. We settle ourselves into the idea that happiness and success are things that somebody else bestows upon us. Bosses give jobs. Lovers commit to forever. No wonder we constantly feel out of control. No wonder we suffer so much at the hand of what we assumed we wanted. Wanting is the ugliest thing you can do. It keeps your experience in a state of not having. It keeps good things at a distance. You get what you most want when you don't want it anymore. When you shift your mindset and your experience to that of already having, you naturally create and attract things that align with your idea of yourself. Acceptance is the root of abundance. The things you genuinely want rarely have to be thought out. Putting labels and words and ideas to them is creating an image of something that's pure and essentially yourself. The way we get the most tripped up is when our ideas don't evolve as our beings do, and we create what we want while still being attached to an old idea. This is how you let go of those ideas. These are the things nobody will teach you about doing so. These are the ways you carry yourself out of the life somebody else constructed for you, how you stop fighting and tearing apart old ideas and start creating new ones. These are the things you need to know to become the person who deserves the life you most genuinely want, not the life that somebody else wants for you. There are ways to pay the rent. There is no way to make somebody love you if they don't. Creating the moment-to-moment, day-to-day life you want with the people you want happens one job and month of rent and load of laundry and sink of dishes and electric bill at a time. Adults don't do these things just to do them. These things are freedom. They are holding your own roof above your head. They are reducing yourself to the single notion that nothing matters more than your peace of mind. Leave if you have to leave. There is rarely an excuse to remain with people who don't love or accept you. There are ways to survive. There are second jobs and extra hours and rooms that kind people are willing to rent or share. But these things are reserved for the people who place their mental well-being over immediate convenience. These are reserved for the people who deserve them, and who know they deserve a space or room or home or apartment in which they decide what is and is not acceptable for their lives. You are not supposed to always be happy and certain and stable. If you were, it wouldn't be such a struggle. Transcending the pain of humanness is one thing and one thing only: allowing yourself to be it. The struggle is trying to escape that which is inevitable. Surrendering to it is not accepting defeat. It's being honest. It's being real and messy and gorgeous and tortured and darkly nuanced and glimmeringly hopeful. That's what we're meant to be. The only thing we really want to transcend is the inability to be what we are, as we are it. There is just as much value in the negative space. Not every second of your life has to be filled. A packed agenda is not success. Living to work as opposed to working to live is not a quality of life. Things are not split into times in which you're doing something that other people can quantify, and times you're doing nothing. It's all important. Your deepest revelations happen in silent moments with yourself. Being crowded with people and appointments and ideas and creative outpourings wouldn't be so profound and stunning if there weren't also moments of aloneness and nothingness and mental drought. The context of things matters just as much as they do. The focal point of a piece of art wouldn't exist without the negative space to frame it. Unfortunately, nothing and nobody can hand you your happiness. Fortunately, nothing and nobody can take it away. You'd want to write that one off as the oldest mind trick in the book, and yet, but still, we're still seeking, even though we know better. We're fighting our nature to grow and expand and enlighten and seek and create in place of the idea that is just meant to come to us. It's as though we apply the ideas of wanting and trying in completely wrong directions. Time is not linear in the way we perceive it. Everything is happening at once. You call into your experience that which you need and that which you are. You're never with and you're never without. You'll never receive and you'll never lose. You always were. You always are. That knowing is a foundation on which the real magic occurs. Happy is boring. Beautiful is boring. People aren't interested or attracted to just happy and beautiful. They're interested in people who are interested in things, who are different looking, who have stories and ideas and mindsets that mirror and complement their own. Nobody wants a person who gets mad if they convolutedly believe somebody insinuated that they're fat. They want a person who says, fat is not a thing you are, it is a thing you have, and even if that weren't the case, even if I were fat, who gives a fuck? Love is more than pretending you look and behave and live a certain way. The universe whispers until it screams. Your body whispers until it screams. Bad feelings are not meant to be staved off. They are not meant to be inconveniencing. They are you, or something greater than you, telling yourself something is not right. Your gut voice will never go ignored. It will project out and eventually turn into big, loud external voices that demand you pay attention. Learn to listen while it's little. The most hilariously ironic thing of life is that you have the most success doing what feels right. Following our genuine happiness, our internal peace, is our only real responsibility. The people who love what they do are always more successful than the people who work hard or claim to. There's an X factor you can't mimic when you do something you're genuinely passionate about. You tap into an otherwise untouchable energy. Your identity does not have to be cohesive. Your story doesn't have to flow. You don't have to be neatly packaged in a way that other people understand. You have to stop living for your synopsis, the summary we try to piece together in our minds when we imagine people explaining us or evaluating who we are. It doesn't have to make sense. You're allowed to be great at a lot of things that don't necessarily relate to one another. You're not limited to just one purpose, one talent, one love. You can have a variety of jobs, each of them meaningful at the time you have them. You can be good at a lot of things without lacking in others. You do not have to be a novel. You can be a book of stories. You don't have to merge your coexisting truths and dull your shine just so it makes sense to a small-minded person who wants you to fit into a narrow understanding of what they're comfortable with. You do not have to only be what other people are comfortable with. You often do not know what's best for your life. Predicting your future does not make it more guaranteed to happen. It just closes you off. It gets you attached to an idea that you only want to be reality because you're attached to it. The content of our attachments matters little in comparison to just wanting to be correct, to be in control, to feel as though we know what's best and we're succeeding by virtue of living out that which we just knew would happen. Nobody in the history of the world looks back on their life and says, "Yes, this is exactly what I thought would happen." But many, many people look around one day and say, "Yeah, I knew this is what I was meant for, but the details always surprised me." Things will work out better than you could have chosen or designed them. In your unknowingness, however, it will seem as though everything's been shot to shit. In the moments before you realize something better than you can fathom is coming to fruition, it will seem like every plan you made and hope you had has been completely disregarded by whatever higher power you do or don't believe in. Have faith that you'll get more than you think you deserve. You have to become the kind of person who deserves the life you want. Nobody ever got what they wanted by wanting it badly enough. Your life will unfold in direct proportion to how much you believe you deserve, not how much you think you should have. How much you believe you deserve. 61. Things we expect of others, but rarely consider changing ourselves. 1. We expect other people to be honest and open with their intentions, especially romantically. But how many people are we keeping on the back burner? How many people do we leave lingering and wondering and waiting just because it's more convenient for us? 2. We get angry at people who aren't unconditionally kind. We try to teach children to be kind by punishing them when they're not. We demand that other people are open-minded and loving, often in very closed-minded and unloving ways. 3. We expect that if somebody is interested in us, they should have to make the first move. Nobody wants to be sitting around waiting for someone to ask them out or sweep them off their feet, but nobody wants to do the asking or sweeping either. When's the last time you leaped out of your comfort zone to tell somebody you care about them? When's the last time you definitively asked somebody on a date, not just to hang out? When's the last time you did what you want others to do for you? 4. We don't understand when people aren't compelled by the causes we feel most strongly about, but we complain the second somebody else's passions inconvenience us in the form of too many ALS bucket challenge videos on our Facebook feed or annoying political opinions that we don't want to have to see or hear about each day. 5. We expect people to trust us right off the bat, but the reasons we don't trust others are always justifiable. 6. When someone isn't there for us unconditionally or doesn't know that we need them without us having to say so, we find it rude and selfish. But how often do we go out of our way to try to psychoanalyze and predict the actions and desires and intentions of the people in our lives? 7. We call people small-minded for making judgments about parts of our lives that they don't know the whole of. But how often do we do that to strangers and coworkers and friends as a matter of daily conversation? We know that if people really knew us, really knew our whole story, they'd understand. And yet we run around judging others for things that we don't understand, stories we don't know the entirety of. 8. A common source of frustration is when people don't take care of their relationship issues in a way that seems obvious to us. Leave if the person isn't perfect. Get over the things you can't change. But how often is that the case in our lives? We don't allow others to be messy, but we expect them to lend a comforting shoulder when we're in pieces. 9. In theory, we expect people to be accepting of all religions. Yet if someone doesn't understand our dogma or belief system or religious background, we consider them just not at the level to understand it. We can claim that every path is valid, but many people don't realize they believe theirs is just a little more effective. 10. We think people who judge others over petty things are terrible, but we're judging them for judging. 11. We expect people to not make jokes at our expense, despite the fact that often the cheapest shots at humor is in tearing other people down, and at the end of the day, we're quick to go for the lazy and mean jibe that gets a laugh when we need to feel a little lifted. 12. We expect that people value themselves and stop disparaging themselves, but we also expect them to lift us up when we do it ourselves, or we even think our constant self-deprecation is endearing. 13. We expect people to change overnight, whether it's eating better and taking control of their health, getting out of a toxic relationship or job, whatever it is. When other people self-sabotage, we think a pep talk will do the trick. That's rarely the case. We need only to look at our own detrimental habits to see that. 14. We roll our eyes and shoot dirty looks at people who don't behave the way we think is considerate and appropriate, who are too loud in public, who are late or messy or in some way unkempt. Yet when we're tired and stressed and behind schedule, we don't care if we loudly take a work call while online for coffee or hold up a waitress or cashier to accommodate a random need. It's fine when we're loudly laughing and talking over brunch because we're excited, but it's annoying when someone else does the same thing. It's only not a nuisance if we're doing it. 15. We expect complete honesty from others, and yet when that honesty is something we don't want to hear, it's mean, and when it's our turn to tell the truth, we avoid doing so until there's no other choice. 16. We expect unconditional love from the people who are closest to us, as if that will be enough to make up for the fact that we do not love ourselves. 62. You don't have to love yourself perfectly in order to be worthy of someone else's love. When people say that you need to love yourself before you can love someone else, what they mean is that if you are subconsciously seeking a relationship to fix your life, give you direction, or make you feel better, You will perpetually choose the wrong person, and you'll never really have the kind of relationship you want. Unfortunately, what gets communicated is that you have to wait until you love yourself and every aspect of your life before you can be worthy of finding and committing to the right person. What it sounds like is if you don't have love, it's your own damn fault. It's because you aren't good enough yet, because you haven't mastered enough, because you haven't done enough to earn it. What it sounds like is that you shouldn't accept love until you think you're ready for it, and that we are only meant to evolve autonomously, and once we're in a relationship, we can stop. But you are not going to be ready for the love of your life when they show up. Nobody is. And if you deny yourself that relationship because you think you need to do more work beforehand, what you're really doing is missing out on the most effective growing tool there is. Love is a grand magnifier. It shows you what you love and what you dislike about yourself and your life. The right relationship will encourage you to address that fully and work on it. The right relationship will help you learn to love yourself. It is meant to change everything, and it always does. So learn to thrive in the meantime. Use the days you have on your own to be your own person, and do what you can only do on your own time and by yourself. But never confuse that for the idea that you cannot be loved before you are completely loving, that other people are only obligated to be as kind as you are to yourself, that you'll be ready for love when it comes. Yes, the way you treat yourself will dictate and determine how other people treat you, but the work of being a whole, evolved, complete, loved, and loving human being is not how well you can thrive in isolation and solitude. It's how you can stand up for yourself, demand respect, choose love, and learn to keep moving and evolving even when the person you've always been looking for is finally standing right beside you. Loving yourself is letting yourself be loved too. 63. 30 questions you need to ask yourself if you still haven't found the relationship you want. 1. Do you think of relationships as something you earn for being good enough, or something you develop when you're strong enough to open your heart? 2. What does love mean to you? Is it just a good feeling? Is it companionship? Is it comfort? Is it direction for the future? 3. How could you possibly get those things in your life if not through the company and proclamation of undying intimacy from someone you probably don't even know yet? 4. If the love of your life would reflect all of your unhealed issues, mirror your flaws, and bring your deepest insecurities to light, would you be ready to be in a relationship with them? 5. Do you try to relate to other human beings, or do you try to exert superiority over them? Do you want to connect, or do you want to seem impressive? Do you engage in discussion to learn, or to sell someone on your way of thinking so you feel supported and correct? 6. Are you thinking about your love life more than you're actually living it? Have you developed a plan to find the kind of love you think you are so desperately missing? 7. If you were to develop a plan to find that kind of love, what would it look like? What would you need to do? What could you try? Where could you go? 8. Is the prospect of online dating, being set up by friends, and generally putting yourself out there less comfortable than the idea that you could possibly spend the next few years or longer by yourself? 9. Are you open about the fact that you're looking for love? If you're trying to play it like you're cool being single, you're going to miss out on a lot of opportunities to meet friends of friends simply because they don't know you're willing. 10. What makes you happy aside from affection from other people? 11. If you decided to take control of your relationship destiny today, as opposed to just waiting for it to happen when it's meant to, what would you start doing differently? 12. Do you think a great relationship is something you find, or something you develop and strengthen over time? 13. Do you believe that people who are more beautiful, successful, smart, talented, or in other ways superior have more love than you ever could? 14. Have you ever taken an honest look at the people around you who have love and evaluated them on that same scale of attractiveness and intelligence and superiority? 15. If you did that, what would you find? 16. Would it blow your mind to learn that relationships aren't just nice? They are the stitching that keeps the patchwork of this entire damn world together, and that spending as much time and energy on them as you would anything else that matters would not only be essential, but crucial to you fulfilling your highest purpose as a human being. 17. Would it blow your mind to learn that even people who are surrounded by friends in seemingly happy relationships with families to return to every holiday, and then some, are sometimes still cripplingly lonely, because it's a matter of how you connect, not who you have around? 18. Are you aware of what your needs are in a long-term relationship? 19. Are you willing to advocate for those needs if they aren't being met? Or would you forego doing so for the sake of seeming more likable to your partner? 20. If you find the relationship you've been dreaming of, and then it doesn't work out, what would your game plan be? 21. Would it surprise you to know that the most overlooked key to a happy, healthy relationship is the belief that even if said relationship dissolved, you could still carry on as a functioning, thriving human being? 22. Could it be possible that you're not alone right now because you're broken or unlovable, but because there is something profound and divine that you must discover, and it is only knowable through solitude? 23. If you knew that the love of your life was on their way, and that this time in your life was only temporary, what would you do with the nights you have alone? What would you invest your efforts in? Writing your book or scrolling through Facebook? Developing relationships with friends, or envying people who have love? Learning to meditate, or taking a swig of wine every time you feel the slightest bit uncomfortable? 24. Do you assume other people are doing you a favor by giving you love and spending time with you? 25. Do you ever think about the fact that they likely are just as hungry for love? 26. Do you ever think about what you can give to a relationship as opposed to what you want to take? 27. Are you committed to a lifetime of growing with and alongside another human being, or is your mental image of love something that allows and supports unconditional acceptance, that is, in reality, complacency? 28. Are you willing or ready to let go of every preconceived notion you had about how love would come, what it would look like, and what your partner would be like? You need to. 29. What are you willing to suffer for in this life? You suffer over your fears, your thoughts, your work. What about the one thing that's actually worth it? Are you willing to give it your all, fail a few times, and then reach the end, love commitment, only to find that dating was the walk before the run, the beginning of the real work? 30. Are you ready to let it gut you and help make you the person you were intended to be? 64. The most taboo thing in our culture is radical honesty, and that's exactly the problem. We are being suffocated by a culture and a people that, out of an irreverence for honesty, has grown an inability to coexist. We call opinions that aren't immediately harmonious with ours offensive, and use that word to make it wrong to see or hear them. Not to mention we're more offended by a woman's nipple and a swear word than we are half of the global atrocities of famine and war and the destruction of the environment. We police people into only saying and doing things that make sense to us. We grew up in a culture that taught us to put ourselves last, even when putting other people first is fake and disingenuous and rooted in resentment and dishonesty. We are all dying of some untouched, unrealized internal loneliness, grasping onto the bits of writing and music that speak in the way we otherwise cannot. We're suffering from anxiety and depression, and loneliness and uncertainty, and fear and failure, mostly because we have to continue to paint an outward picture of the opposite. The inability to realize those natural, crucial parts of life are what make them bad. Nobody's honest, and so nobody is finding anybody who loves them for them, because they aren't being who they are. They are only finding people who love their shells, which, as we all know, easily break. So many of our relationships hinge on whether or not we continually fulfill a set of expectations that we often know about, but sometimes do not. Our fear of honesty and change is rooted in no longer being acceptable or wanted or held in high regard by the people who claim to love us. We associate doing what we want and putting ourselves first with being selfish and with not considering others. We're taught that what we should want is what makes others happy. But do you want people in your life who secretly don't want to be there? Is it really surprising that we're all lost and scrambling and disconnected from ourselves when we're taught not to follow our instincts and truths for the sake of someone else's ego? No. It's not mean to tell the truth. We're just not used to hearing anything other than what we want to hear. We've talked anything that isn't coddling and placating and aligned with our most delusional and comforting thoughts to be wrong. Truthfulness and meanness have become synonymous because so long as people aren't doing and saying what we want to see and hear, they're wrong, and they're hurting our feelings by, subconsciously or not, making us feel unaccepted, unwanted, and invalidated, because we're only finding those things externally. What you have to keep in mind is that the people who shout the loudest about needing to behave a certain way are, undoubtedly, the very people who have most deeply and profoundly had their lives shaped by doing what other people wanted. They listened to the people who shouted loudly at them, and for that they get emptiness. The very emptiness that their words are echoing through and out of. At our core, there is only light. I guarantee there is not one person you wouldn't love if you knew their true story, their whole story, if you lived a day or a year or a lifetime in their shoes. We can't expect equality when we're holding up facades of inequality through dishonesty. How can we expect people to treat all others as equals if they're constantly feeling beneath someone else? The root of equality and understanding equality of the human condition is being honest about it. The only way to change the course of our society, to enlighten the closed minds, to shift the way we perceive gender and race and humanity itself, is first and foremost by getting it all on the table. We are talking in circles and affirming only with people who inherently agree with us, rather than trying to understand where the people who don't are coming from. This is not change. This is ego steroids. There's so much value placed around helping others and being selfless, and forcing people to volunteer when they don't genuinely want to. The only kindness we grow and support is that which we force on other people, the sort we perceive as correct. Fake kindness is not worth it. It makes the world worse. It is the root of resentment and ill will and self-hatred and bigotry and prejudice. Often the kindest things we experience in life are the moments in which someone cared more about who we were than how our feelings would be hurt to tell us the truth that saved us or showed us some otherwise invisible reality. Often the way we are kindest to ourselves is by saying no. Often the things we are most grateful for, the ones that were and are the most trying, the most deeply compelling, the most wholly changing, even if at first they aren't necessarily comfortable. So you should say no when you want to say no. You should speak precisely and kindly and with understanding but directness when you see a friend struggling to make a simple choice that will have a profound effect on their entire quality of life, instead of walking away and discussing with everybody else but them. You should leave your house if in it you're not wanted. There are ways to pay the rent. There is no way to make somebody love you when they don't. You should say how you feel before it stays in the darkness so long that it becomes the foundation on which the rest of your life is built, and then collapses through. You should tell the people you love that you love them. You should tell the people you don't that you don't, and let them find people who really do. You should dig deep into the untouched abyss of yourself and see what you come out with. First, it will be the unhealed wounds you didn't know you had. Second, it will be the light and love and passion under which they rest. Third, it will be the desire to take those things and run with them and build something remarkable. You should evaluate your choices not in light of how other people will perceive them, but how in line with your deepest, truest self they are. You should rise and say, "This is who I am, even if you'll crucify me for it," in the very way so many religious and political and social idols and icons have, even if their fans and followers are the very ones who will do the crucifying. You should give to others what you need most, which more often than not is to say the following: you are not loved by everybody, but that does not mean you are not loved at all. You are not the most beautiful, but being the most beautiful is not what matters most. You are bound by nothing but your own fear, so you will not find freedom anywhere but within yourself. Everybody suffers. Not everybody comes out on the other end shimmering and ready to let that light reverberate through the dense and otherwise impermeable darkness. Not everybody has the guts to be truthful, but everybody has the capacity to. And the greatest irony, the most profoundly cunning thing of all, is that the very love and passion and acceptance we are seeking resides nowhere else but within our own unbridled honesty. So go to it and let it finally breathe. 65. 7 reasons why heartbreak is often crucial for human growth. There have been so many poets and thinkers and philosophers who have spoken to this idea, the purpose of suffering, the wound through which Rumi claims the light enters. The beautiful people, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross says, had to know defeat and suffering and struggle, to know appreciation and sensitivity and understanding. The pain Khalil Gibran believes sears the most incredible characters' hearts. The suffering through which Fyodor Dostoevsky claims a large intelligence and deep heart can be borne. The people C. Joybell C. sees as stars, dying until they realize they are collapsing into supernovas to become more beautiful than ever before. Heartbreak may not be responsible for fundamental biological human growth, but rather the kind that we also know in our minds and of our hearts and throughout our souls. If the philosophers couldn't speak to it well enough, surely you've experienced something of the same strain in your own life, the pain that was crucial to the process, the things that were lost to prepare for those that would be gained, the excruciating experiences that made you who you are now. It's a phenomenon so many people talk about, but most can never quite define. The catalyst that breaks you open, the rock bottom on which you build the rest of your beautiful life. The suffering that was somehow so crucial, you're grateful for it when all is said and done. It's the human equivalent of metamorphosis, the darkness against which we can finally see light. It's my belief that if we could understand why our pain is necessary, we could bear it with more grace, or at least learn to listen to it before it forces us to. Here, the 7 reasons why heartbreak is often necessary for human growth. 1. Suffering is only necessary until we realize it isn't. But it usually takes something to make us realize that. Pain and suffering are not the same thing. I'm sure you've heard this before. We love pain. We make the same expression during an orgasm as we do while being tortured. Crying is cathartic. The physiological sensation of pain ultimately keeps us alive. It's suffering that we don't like. Suffering is a resistance to pain, and it's in resistance that we suffer. We don't choose what pains us, and that's a good thing. We do choose what we suffer for, and that's even better. It was always only of our own volition. 2. Human beings think they are seeking happiness, but they are seeking comfort and familiarity above all else. People are incapable of predicting what will make them happy. This is because all we know is what we've known. Our culture, however, is big on planning for the future, choosing our happiness and chasing it. In an effort to do this, we just choose something we knew from the past, even when objectively it isn't happiness at all. It was something we desire more: comfort. Until our loyalty to our comfort zones becomes too uncomfortable to bear, we won't be forced to seek something genuinely greater than whatever it is we once thought was best. 3. Suffering teaches us that trying to change the external world to be happy is like trying to change the projection on the screen rather than the projector that's playing it. Byron Katie speaks to this beautifully. Once we realize where the lint is, we can clear the lens itself. This is the end of suffering and the beginning of a little joy in paradise. She is referring, of course, to our minds, and the fact that we don't realize to turn inward until we dig ourselves deep enough into a dark hole of trying to change what's outward. Your mind is the lens through which you perceive the world. You must adjust its focus to change your life, not the opposite way around. 4. Often suffering comes to us in the form of a breakdown, which is really just a breakthrough that we haven't seen the other side of yet. Through learning that sometimes, oftentimes, we don't know what's best for us, and yet somehow our subconscious instinctive selves do. I'm not claiming to know that there's necessarily a divine intervention responsible, but I am claiming to know that many times, even in my own life, I somehow knew when it was time to break my own heart for the sake of something greater, even though I didn't know what that greater thing was at the time. 5. A capacity to feel joy must be balanced by a capacity to know pain. Our world is born of and exists because of duality. This is a fundament of our natural world, but it's also important to see in our own lives. The truth is that the greater capacity you have for darkness is as much contrast through which you can see light. The yin-yang of our emotional selves is always in balance. It truly just depends on what perspective we choose to view things through. Both are equally available to us. The choice is always, ultimately, ours. 6. Pain is a signal that something's wrong. Suffering is what happens when we don't heed it. Physiologically, of course, this is true, but it's even more true emotionally and mentally. We almost like to create problems for ourselves out of a very deep belief that we deserve pain, the bad kind, out of retribution for how terrible we, wrongfully, believe ourselves to be. It's only through grappling with that pain that we realize it was always self-induced and served mostly just to help us unlearn our need to create it, to realize why we don't deserve it, and in the process of doing so reconnect with who we truly are, not just what the rest of the world sees us to be. 7. The universe whispers until it screams. There is no traumatic experience that is ever a completely singular event. There is no heartbreak that is ever just the cause of one thing. It's the pattern. It's what the loss compounds on. It's the final hit that breaks us open, The moment when we realize that we knew what was true all along, though something prevented us from heeding the calls early on. That is what we break through when we break open. How beautiful to live in a body and world that allows you to explore the darkness, but pains you when it's time to come back. How wild that nobody tells us about this until we're in it, or already almost too far gone. 66. Why we hold on tightest to the things that aren't meant for us. I used to wonder how you let go of the things that are killing you when it feels like it would kill you to let go. How you decide between if things are meant to be, they will be, and if you want it, you have to go get it. I think we hold on tightest to the things that aren't meant for us because at some level, we know they aren't really ours. We're always seeking the love we know we don't have. We're always trying to prove the things that are not entirely self-evident. We know that when we stop thinking and talking and racking through the details again and again, it will really be over. When all that exists is an idea, holding on is the only way to keep it. Because letting go has little to do with giving somebody permission to leave our lives, or declare that they don't love us anymore, or walk away for good, and everything to do with accepting that they already have. I don't know about fate, but I do know the things that are ours don't require us to mentally and emotionally latch on to them to remain. That the best things are never forced, are never created out of ultimatums, never leave us reeling and questioning them for months or years at a time. I do know that you cannot prove how much you love by how much you're pained over loss, that you do not prove your character by how well you can convince other people you're doing the right thing. And I do know that it's never the love that hurts you, it's the attachment to the idea of what it's supposed to be. I do know that we will never be able to find real love unless we learn to detach from what it should be. I do know that we're never going to find true happiness until we do the same. I do know that nothing here lasts, and the idea that it does is an illusion. We eventually lose everything, every last thing we have and are and own. So the point isn't what we lose, but what we had in the first place. We aren't meant to attain things like bullet points on a resume. We're supposed to go through them and let them go through us. Some love teaches us what it has to teach us in a month, some a lifetime. Neither is more important than the other. The things that are meant for us are the things that force us to stop seeking an external light, but to start becoming it. The things that are meant for us are trying and joyous and beautiful and excruciating. They're the things we don't think about, the things we don't have to hold on tightly to make happen. 67. Things your 20s are too short for. 1. Letting anybody convince you that because you're young, you're incapable. Plato began his career in politics before he was 20, and has stated that he faced ridicule in his coming of age for that reason. Some of the greatest cultural tycoons of this century were in their 20s when their first huge contributions were made. Jobs, Zuckerberg, etc. Imagine where we'd be if they listened to the people who said, "What do you know?" 2. Arguing with people whose intentions are not to understand you, only to prove themselves right. You do not owe it to anybody to carry on a conversation that is only serving the ego, but you do owe it to yourself to step out of the inevitable frustration and self-doubt of interacting with people who don't listen to understand, but to respond, who don't speak to be heard, but to defend. 3. Wasting your energy placating the habits of people who don't take the initiative to actually get their shit together. Often the most frustrating thing about dealing with someone who is going through a tough time is that they aren't willing to listen to reason or logic, or even simply your opinion, You end up having to pretend. You nod along with whatever they're saying because you don't want your every interaction to turn into a fight. The resentment will build, and the relationship will crumble anyway. 4. Justifying your choices to people who only care about how you look within the context of their lives. The people who will squawk the loudest about what you should and shouldn't do, or how you're on the wrong path, or whatever else they couldn't possibly have the grounds to know, are usually the ones most concerned with how it makes them look, and how they're going to explain you to friends or cousins or sisters or family or coworkers. Remember that while you're deciding who matters, and while we're on the topic. 5. Remaining in contact with people you don't like because you should, because it's more convenient, because you'll feel guilty if you don't, because you're too afraid of what someone will think if you're finally honest with yourself and other people. You do not have to waste your life bending over backwards to make people happy when they don't and wouldn't do the same for you. 6. Holding on to love that's already run its course because you fear the best has passed you or you won't find anybody who makes you feel the same way. The purpose of most great love is to gut you open, teach you what you need to know, and send you on your way to bigger, better, even happier things. Don't let your irrational fears talk you out of letting yourself find that. 7. Eating food you don't like, keeping plans you don't want, staying digitally connected with people who annoy you, hoarding clothes for a someday that never comes, and putting your life on hold for someone who does not and will never want to commit. The amount of life we waste gathering and holding on to the things that will never really serve us does one thing and one thing only, keeps us away from the things that matter, that bring us joy and purpose and meaning for that much longer. 8. Not taking time to figure out what you want, even if it's to be okay with knowing you're not sure and don't need to be. Don't let the fear of not finding something definitive keep you from finding anything at all. You'll be running around in the circles somebody else drew for you so long as you don't take the time to reflect and evaluate and really connect with that core inner knowing that screams when you come across something you know is what you're meant to do or be or become, even if it's just for a day, an hour, a year. 9. Not taking the time to heal the wounds of your childhood. The things that have molded you will be constructs that you, and only you, will have to dismantle for yourself. The time to do this will either be now, while you're still adaptable and developing, or later, when your unhealed walls are forcibly knocked down by powers greater than your own self-control. The choice is yours. It always will be. 10. Judging people for things that seem wrong. Every single thing serves a purpose. The goal is not to create a seamless image. It's to go through the experiences that need to grow and teach and change us. You don't know that a completely wrong and illogical marriage is what someone really needs. You don't know that there's no element of fate or destiny involved in the birth of a child that seems young and for which the parents seem ill-prepared. You don't know that the people who seem to be doing nothing with their lives are gathering the knowledge and experience that will one day write the next great American novel, uncover the next great philosophic idea, etc. As hard as it may be to grasp, all things are good, because all things serve us in the way of growth and development. 11. Never taking the initiative to learn how to live within your means, whatever your means might be. It doesn't matter how much or how little money you are making, how many investments you have or savings accounts that are stacked or absolutely empty. It doesn't matter how much or little debt you still have to pay off. If you are not already in the mindset and lifestyle of living within the means you have, the same financial problems will follow you no matter where you go or what you achieve. 12. Putting the things you want most off until it's more convenient. If you're looking for a reason not to, you'll always find a reason not to. If you're looking for a way how, you'll always find a way how. 13. Burning bridges over minor frustrations, bridges that could have led to jobs or relationships you didn't know you'd want or need. While you're in this weird period of infinite opportunity and inevitable uncanny irony and serendipity, you're in no place to assume that you're not going to need every last contact you've got. If you must walk out of something, learn to do so gracefully, so the door won't be locked if you need to walk back in. 14. Staying at a job where you're miserable. I'm not saying it will happen tomorrow. I'm not saying you'll find your dream job in a week, or even a month, or 3, or 6. I'm saying that anybody who has accomplished anything they really wanted at a young age had one thing in common. They were at the right place at the right time because they were consistently putting themselves out there. To create your own luck, up your chances and have faith that some greater destined force will do the rest for you. It sounds like a loose argument, but please, trust me. 15. Staying in a relationship in which you secretly get the sense that you're settling because there's nobody else around. Similar to how terrible temporary jobs become a terrible 10 years at that same job before you do anything about it, relationships you settle for become marriages you settle for, etc. 16. Not experimenting with your appearance because you're afraid any one change will define you as a whole. There are 2 things it would benefit you to do here, and those are to get really goddamn comfortable with the body you're stuck with, and get really goddamn comfortable with that body changing, because it's only going to do so from here on out. Some of that change will be within your control, most will not. Don't let yourself be so attached to one way of appearing that you make your inevitable growth and aging even harder for yourself. 17. Never learning to say sorry or thank you, not for the sake of how it will make you look, but because you are able to recognize the ways in which you could have done better and the things for which you're humbled. To your parents, to your exes, to your teachers, to strangers, friends, family, the people you once knew, but most importantly, to yourself. 18. Not ordering pizza at 4 a.m., or eating cake for breakfast at least once, or kissing a stranger, or giving the person you've been eyeing across the bar or cafe your phone number, or taking a road trip and sleeping in the car with your best friend, or whatever other slightly irresponsible but ultimately harmless thing you're tempted to do, but most times don't have the guts to. Do it. 19. Waiting for something outside to fix your inside. For the next year, job, relationship, paycheck, piece of clothing, new apartment to fix whatever discomfort or dissatisfaction you feel. The latter will follow you into the former until you fix it on its own terms. Always. 20. Only wanting happiness. There's so much more in a life than just feeling content all the time. The most important things you'll experience will have little to do with your happiness. They'll be about suffering, and heartbreak, and joy, and panic, and fear, and love, and what you come out as having been through those things. You will not remember the days when you were just okay and happy. You will remember the moments of joy, and the pangs of ache, and the things that were defining and changing, and miraculous and incredible and made you feel alive. Stop numbing your life because you're afraid of yourself. The only beast there is to tame is the one who doesn't want to really live. 68. The happier you are with a decision, the less you need other people to be, and 11 other things truly fulfilled people know. Fulfillment may seem like the elusive desire that's driving an entire consumerist market, but that's only because some smart people are capitalizing on something inherent of us all, or at least inherent of us by the millions. We all have an aching desire to live a meaningful life, and yet none of us seems to know how. Somewhere along the line, we confused happiness for what we have, as opposed to what we do. We thought that the solution to an incomprehensible emptiness was to fill everything else around us. Needless to say, this has mostly, if not entirely, failed. To be truly fulfilled is to be happy because of your own self-realization. It is to come to such a genuine understanding of what you want that not doing it isn't an option anymore. It's seeing beyond the mindsets you adopted or the ideals that are not inherently your own. It is the humble simplicity of what you want to offer the world each day, and it is the love you awaken as you do it. 1. Success is falling in love with the process, not the outcome. It's making your dreams about the journey, about the doing, about the day-in, day-out routine and minutia. The life you want is within the simplicity of your everyday tasks. You can't only focus on writing the synopsis and then wonder why you don't have a book yet. 2. Only some happiness is valued in society. Not everybody will applaud that you left your job to work at a coffee shop because it's what you love. There is really only one kind of happiness that society values, and that's the kind that society is comfortable with. The kind that is far enough removed from genuine contentment that nobody feels pressured to consider how unfulfilling their own lives are. Do not let other people's demons decide what your happiness is. Do not let other people's fear of them make you afraid too. 3. Love and success are not expendable. They're not non-renewable resources. Someone else's doesn't take away from your own. This belief registers for most people in elementary school. We see that some people are popular and some people aren't. Some people can be happy, some can't. This is often what begins the lifelong competition that only ever exists in our heads. Someone else's success doesn't make you less successful. Someone else receiving love or praise doesn't mean you aren't love or praiseworthy. You are not only as good as you are better than someone else. 4. The happier you are with a decision, the less you need other people to be. The happier you are with what you do, the less you need other people to support you. Ironically, it's also in being happier with what you do that you'll find the support you were looking for before you knew how to give it to yourself. 5. The end goal is to see how the simplest things are the most extraordinary. When the end goal is to have something tangible, the end goal has not actually been identified yet. Tangible goals, money, books, job titles, and so on, are mile markers. They are the products of your life, not the goals of your life. The goals are to be truly fulfilled. The book you write to do that is not your fulfillment. It's one expression of it. Don't confuse the radio for the sound wave. 6. You don't have to, you get to. This is one of the simplest changes in perception, and yet also something truly fulfilled people master, the knowing that everything is an opportunity to experience. You don't have to go to work. You get to go to work. You don't have to wake up early. You get to wake up early. When you start considering things not as obligations, but as opportunities, you start taking advantage of them rather than trying to avoid them. 7. Easy does it, and does it well. It's a phrase used so frequently and yet rarely ever with understanding. Anything that is genuine and wonderful and most probably successful is effortless. The state you're in when you're creating will be what the outcome is. The more ease and love you put into it, the more other people will get out of it. 8. Anything that exists in your life exists because you created it. Anything that persists does so because you are feeding it. Consider this. Every one of your actions feeds something within you. It feeds your desire for control, your love for your job, your spitefulness toward your sister, your complacency with your marriage. Every action creates and compounds upon something that already exists. With this in mind, ask yourself what it is you feed each day. Your life will make more sense if you do. 9. It's not about whether or not you listen to yourself. It's about what part of yourself you listen to. Most people find it almost impossible to listen to their instincts because they don't know what they're saying, or worse, they've listened to them before and they've been destructively incorrect or short-sighted. That's because at any given time, there will be many different voices that drive you to different outcomes. Your immediate instincts may be geared more toward protecting you rather than expanding you. They could be speaking out of a place of lack or fear. You have to ask yourself, what is the root of this reaction? Where does it come from? And what is its outcome in the long term? 10. Even when you justify your judgment of people by how right you are, you're still wrong. It doesn't matter how awful someone is being or how correct you are in your takedown of their mental emotional state. You're still wrong for doing it. It's not your job to police for the universe. It's your job to take care of why you feel more comfortable attacking assumptions you make about others rather than the assumptions you fear they're making about you. 11. Your soul knows what to do to heal itself. The challenge is just to let it. Most mental and emotional healing comes from first completely addressing the problem. You'll find that throughout your life, you'll create situations again and again that all but force you to address some long-standing issue. That's because you don't necessarily want to torture yourself, but that you want to address it and bring it to your conscious awareness so you can deal with it and let it go. Trust in your nature. It knows more than your physical mind. 12. You probably can't be whatever you want, but if you're really lucky and you work really hard, you can be exactly who you are. Which is all most people ever want anyway. Grandiose visions of being something spectacular and spectacularly removed from someone's skill set and personality, etc., can be measured in proportion to how much they feel they are lacking. The funny reality is that people who accomplish incredible things never think of them as incredible. They think of them as normal. It's that integration into normalcy that makes it a pattern, which makes it a routine, which makes it a habit, which ultimately makes it a product. That drive and consistency is born of one thing and one thing only: doing something in alignment with who you truly are. It is a privilege, albeit an extraordinary challenge, to awaken to yourself. Even more so is to have someone who loves that person, a job that utilizes that person, and a life that fully realizes that person, even if you denied them along the way. 69. What people who have lost love know. The people who have lost love know that someone else's love isn't yours to lose. Someone else's love is yours to experience. But anything beyond that is just becoming attached to an idea, a hope, a big ol' supposed to be. The people who have lost love know that right there is the point at which you lose yourself. When you start believing someone else will carry some part of you with them when they walk away. When you start seeking salvation in the very person you have to be saved from, believing that someone else, someone other than yourself, can save you. The people who have lost love know that you can lose things you never really had, end relationships that never really started, that never ran the course of all the dreams and plans you had together. They know that you can mourn people who were never really there at all. The people who have lost love know what it means to fill the empty spaces in your bed with pillows, and in your life with work or dates that don't matter much, or just the acknowledgement of sadness. They know the therapeutic quality of embracing it. They know what it means to be absolutely certain there is no feasible way you could ever love somebody as much as you love that one person. They know what it's like to have your concept of logic and sense and justice and fairness and supposed to be turned all the way on its ass. They know that you don't always spend forever with the person you love the most, but you can spend forever trying to reconcile that fact in your mind. And more importantly than those things, they know that moving on isn't a conscious choice, but rather what happens when you stop trying to, when you stop forcing yourself to forget. You forget about them when you start thinking about you. They know what it's like to look back on the things they thought they'd never get over, and to realize that even the hardest things somehow dissipate with time, ease with understanding, release with awareness. They know there's incomparable strength in having seen yourself through the worst. They consider their actions before they're reckless with other people. They know what it's like to be on the receiving end of carelessness. They become the gentle lovers and cautious suitors whose hesitation and timidity might be confused for indifference, but it's not, and this is significant. They gain a reverence and an understanding of just how deep a human heart can love and how fragile an ego can break. The people who have lost love know that tight, stinging, burning feeling in your chest and throat and legs. They know what depths panic can drive you to when you've exhausted every option. They know that soulmates aren't what people think they are. They aren't happily ever after most of the time. They are a love that lights every part of you up and exposes the unhealed layers. Your true soulmate is the one who shows you to yourself. And they know that's the point. They know that you can love a person, but never as much as you can miss them. They know what it's like to have no choice but to live in the moment, to have to mentally walk yourself through every hour of the day, because otherwise your awareness will be pulled from sifting through what happened and worrying about what will, and wondering about where they are and if they even cared at all. They know to appreciate what they have while they have it. They know that there may be no deeper pain than seeing someone you love be in love with someone else, or more accurately, someone you thought belonged to you suddenly belonging to someone else. That simply. For all the great oceans of depth that you could feel running between you, that it can be over in a simple drop. They know what it's like to carefully daydream running into that lost love again. They know what it's like to be picking out clothes with them in mind, rehearsing conversations alone in your bedroom, cutting their hair and running a mile longer as though a simple shift of appearance could make someone fall in love again. They know what it's like to actually run into them when they're with someone else who is in so many ways not what they are, for better, for worse. From that extraordinary pain, they learn that someone's love for you isn't lessened or greatened by how much they love someone else. It's not a singular, expendable thing. And that knowing this may be the greatest lesson of all. They know what it's like to live with the ghost of what would have and should have and maybe still could be. To be walking down the street with a constantly running narrative of what they'd be saying, what they'd be thinking, if only they were there. To be out at the bar when the conversation seems to drift from your awareness, and all of a sudden all you can focus on is the faint thought of what it would be if they were sitting next to you. To be holding your basket in line at the grocery store and hear your song come on, and all of a sudden to be imagining all the ways you once thought they imagined you, and how they must think those very same thoughts, send those very same texts, act that very same way, just with someone else. They know what it's like for there to be strangers in the world who once knew everything about you. They know that you somehow always call into your life exactly what you need, the most painful, the most changing amongst it. They know you never lose love. They know that what you experience, how you grow, what you take and learn and see and do because of it, is the point. Not to have it forever, but to become what it was meant to make you. They know that, at first, you'll spend your time trying to figure out what to do with all the love that is left lingering. And they know that you're supposed to give it to yourself. 70. Simplicity. Learn to like what doesn't cost much. Those are the things worth your time. You can buy your way into things and places, but you can't actually buy the experience of them. It's not what you do, it's what you perceive. A meaningful life isn't how often you can saturate your senses, but how you grow to think of even the simplest, most unassuming daily things. Learn to like reading, whatever it is you like to read. Learn to like talking and people, even when they're not the same as you. Learn that truths can coexist. That's the one thing that will set you free in this world. Learn to like simple foods and cooking them. Learn to like fields, trees, camping, walking, fires, watching the day break and end. Learn to like writing and burning candles on rainy summer early evenings. Learn to like clean linens and washing dishes and hot baths and drinking water and long, meandering drives. Learn to keep your needs simple and your wants small. Learn to breathe deeply, to taste food when you eat it, to sleep deeply when you sleep. When you laugh, let it carry on until you're sweating and out of breath. When you get angry, get really angry. Just let things burn through you. The less you push these things away, the less they come out in inappropriate and debilitating ways. It's not anger or the sadness that controls you. It's the resistance of it that keeps them tucked in their place in your soul. Learn to let negative thoughts drift back to where they came from. Nowhere. Do the things that are effortless. Let them be effortless. Find love that's effortless. You'll be instructed to believe that success comes from grueling, soul-bending hard work. But that's more something we impose on ourselves. Because letting effortless things also be successful ones makes them feel unmerited. That's how we create problems where there are none. Decide to keep nothing but what is meaningful and purposeful. When you cycle and circle around your space, touching, seeing, and using only things that evoke a feeling of security, purpose, meaning, joy, your everyday life becomes grounded in happiness. When there's not enough to make a mess, no more than you can clean and wash and handle, everything feels settled. Complexity is often the easiest choice. It's easy to let ourselves get wound up and bound down to the ways we let our thoughts and fears run narratives into storylines, into realities we live out. Simplicity is difficult because it requires clean thinking. It's the long, hard way to a cleansed perception, that is, not shadowed by conditioning or negative thoughts. But it's yours, and yours always. You can keep all of 100 belongings for the rest of your life, and every one of them will be used, broken, replaced, taken, thrown out, rendered obsolete. But your perception of how meaningful and useful those temporary things were, how much you appreciated and enjoyed them, that's yours. And that is what choosing a life rooted in simplicity does. Makes the ordinary miraculous. People like to make big claims of what will bring you happiness, and happiness in some form is what we're all seeking, even if we don't place that word on it. Stability, love, money. Happy psychology, the phenomenon of the last 25+ years, has come about really for the fact that we pioneered a country for the sake of unbridled, radical happiness, religious liberation, freedom, democracy. Yet these things, these houses that hold us and companies we run, these relationships we fail at because we're constantly expecting them to be more, the desire to max out pleasure, has not made us happier. Because we have not changed how we think, and that's the only real change that ever happens, because it's the basis of how we feel. The magnitude of one's life is directly parallel to how deep their perception of it is. Your life grows as you do. What you experience is a reflection of what you are. Do not forget that you do not have forever to do this, to change this. It's easy to let another day, week, month, year slip by, letting yourself keep seeking the light in people and money and more and more and more. It's easier to spend that time seeking the light in yourself because you think that's the right thing to do. You don't find the light, the ability to perceive, because you already are it. The work is getting rid of everything that stands in the way. 71. 18 little reminders for anyone who feels like they don't know what they're doing with their life. 1. Nobody knows what they are doing with their lives. Some people have a better idea of what they're working toward, but ultimately, none of us can accurately anticipate or summarize what our existence is about. Not yet. 2. You decide what your life is defined by. The feeling of being lost isn't what happens when you go off path. It's when you forfeit control. It's what happens when you don't want to accept the course of events that have unfolded. Being found again is a matter of owning what happened to you and continuing to write the story. 3. J.K. Rowling didn't know she was going to be one of the most famous writers in the world. She was just writing a story for her kids. Steve Jobs didn't know he'd be a pioneer of how humanity interacts with technology. He was just a guy in his garage making a computer. Oprah didn't know she'd become the poster woman for self-improvement and success. She was just trying to do a job. You don't need to know what you're doing to still do something extraordinary. 4. There is no way you will be able to predict or plan what will be happening in 5 years from now. 5. If you can predict and plan for that, dream bigger. Try harder. 6. Planning your life, or having a cohesive idea of what you're doing, isn't necessarily ambition. It's more just a soothing notion. Focus instead on what you want to do with each and every day of your existence. That's noble. That's worthwhile. That will get you somewhere. 7. You owe nothing to your younger self. You are not responsible for being the person you once thought you'd be. 8. You owe everything to the adult you are today. You owe it to yourself to ask yourself what you like, what you want, what calls you, what you need, and what you deserve. 9. Do you know why you don't have the things you once thought you wanted? Because you don't want them anymore. Not badly enough. 10. It's likely that you're between realizing you don't want what you once did and giving yourself permission to want what you want now. 11. Give yourself permission to want what you want now. 12. If you want to change your life, stop thinking about how you feel lost and start coming up with actions you can take that move you in a direction, any direction, that's positive. It's a lot harder to think your way into a new way of acting than it is to act your way into a new way of thinking. 13. Nobody's life is as good as it looks online. 14. Nobody cares about your social media presence as much as you do. 15. Social media has uniquely and distinctly made us ever more concerned with the next big goal. If you feel like you don't know where your life is going, it's likely because you don't know what you want your next big impressive goal to be. 16. You don't need to accomplish anything to be a worthwhile human being. Very few people are actually meant to be extraordinary. That does not mean you cannot know contentment, love, joy, and all the real wonders of life. 17. Your life is only ever as good as your perception of it is. Feeling lost or like you don't know what you're doing is only solved by learning to think about things differently. That's all. 18. Stop asking, what am I doing with my life? And start asking, what am I doing with today? 72. The Art of Awareness, or How to Not Completely Hate Yourself. All hatred is self-hatred, and everything is feedback. I really hope you remember those 2 tiny sentences every time your chest is pretzeled up and you feel hopeless and helpless, and as though you're spiraling into a bottomless bucket of shit. Everything is a reflection of you, because all anything can ever be is what you take from it, and all you can ever take from it, and all you will ever take from it, is what you are aware enough to perceive. The expanse of your experience is directly in line with your consciousness. Nothing is as it is as you are. That's a play on an Anais Nin quote. Unless you are there to touch and smell and see a flower, it is nothing but random matter vibrating in a void. Your recognition gives it its beauty and its presence. You are not in the world is in you. And though that sounds like another abstract platitude, it is not. It is reflective of a greater, deeper, truer truth. And in these tiny moments of recognition, of awareness, we find that what we immediately perceive is not all there is, and that anything that feels dense and heavy and wrong and negative is not a matter of what's going on outside, but what we're not healing and changing inside. Awareness is the antidote to solving so many seemingly unsolvable problems. Just the simple knowing that your egocentric mind is deriving other people's actions and assuming other people's thoughts to torture you is enough to silence it. The art of learning to be is unassigning good and bad and right and wrong to what you feel and what you see and what other people show you. After all, even the heaviest, darkest things ultimately serve you and open you to a truth you wouldn't have considered before had you not been put in the context to see it. Here, all the things to consider and reflect on and read over again when you're feeling particularly terrible. It was requested numerous times that I write a follow-up to this, so here you go. 1. Your actions are more powerful than what anybody can ever say of you. The thing about spiraling downward into a fit of helplessness is that it's usually accompanied by the feeling that we are completely out of control of how other people see us. Of course, this is nothing more than a mechanism of how we see ourselves, but bear with me, because the point here is that not one word anybody says is more powerful or true than how you behave and who you really are. You hold the power here. You call the shots. How other people want to perceive you is their problem, which they will have to come to terms with eventually. How much you want to allow their perceptions to affect you is yours. 2. What you think others think is more important than what they actually think. It shows you to yourself. Once you gain the awareness that the whole concept of what other people think is one grand illusion that you're always at the short end of, you start to realize that how other people see you shifts as your mindset does. Funny how that works, huh? 3. Your reactions matter more than other people's actions do, and you can choose how you react. Your opinions, thoughts, feelings, emotions, mental states do not have to rest on what you find out or simply imagine people do or don't say, /think or believe about you. The reality of it is, you will never know the entirety of what people are saying or thinking or believing, and those things are none of your business. They are carrying on, and always have been, whether or not you're made aware of it. The only thing that changes here is how much you want to change yourself based on that hypothetical. They can say what they want. You can react how you want. 4. In terms of romantic relationships and sex and love and body types and attraction and all that, the people worth loving and dating and sleeping with are far more accepting than you're giving them credit for. There was never a true love story in the history of ever that blossomed because somebody thought somebody else's abs were flawless. As long as you're seeking validation from somebody who is inherently never going to give it, is as long as you're withholding yourself from someone who will love you regardless. 5. You're supposed to be embarrassed of your younger self. Really. It's a mark of progress. It doesn't mean you have to stay embarrassed, though. It's good because it means you're able to look back and wonder, how was I ever at that place? Indicating that you're no longer there. I hope you never reach a point in which you look back on your younger self and think, wow, I had it all figured out. That means you stopped growing. And that means you stopped living. 6. There are overarching problems, and then there are the symptoms of those problems that crop up again and again. Most people spend their whole lives only addressing the latter. For example, losing weight isn't going to fix your body image problem, no matter how much you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. You're doing what will make you fit into your perception of correct, as opposed to realizing that genuine body love doesn't have your mental stability hinging on whether or not you miss a class or eat a piece of pizza. It is a matter of evaluating not how the actions look on the surface, but where they are rooted. I'm not saying addressing those roots is easy or finding them fun. I'm saying you'll have to do it eventually. You can choose to now, or you will be forced to later. 7. There is no fear or worry or concern or paranoia or insecurity that you could possibly muster up that 1,000,005 other humans haven't already felt. The thing about self-loathing is that it's isolating in nature. It makes you the other, and everybody else the judgy normal people. I know this may be a little disheartening for your ego, but take it in stride. Generally speaking, and acknowledging logical exceptions, there is nothing you've ever done that hasn't been done before, somewhere, somehow, at some time. The story of the human condition is universal in nature. It's the separation and thought that we're the only ones experiencing it that intensifies the suffering element of that. Interesting how that works, right? 8. At any given time, you're mostly just concerned with how one or maybe two people perceive you. Those people also tend to be the ones who we feel unaccepted by in one way or another. We're trying to prove something. We're worried about who will see us in an unflattering way and report it back to them. They're usually the almost relationships, slightly disapproving parents, certain someones who we've dreamt of impressing for years on end. We're incapable of having our lives revolve around more than a few people at a time, even if it seems like we're worried about people as a whole. Try to put a face to that worry every time one crops up, and you'll find that the faceless crowd of people is really just one or two who are very, very familiar to you. 9. Nobody's thinking about you as much as you are thinking about you. So much of our internal conversations with ourselves revolve around quelling fear and panic about how we're being perceived at any given time. What we seldom realize is that the X factor here is that we're thinking through other people's mindsets. We're just making predictions and assumptions which are heavily, if not entirely, influenced by our own assumptions of ourselves. To put it shortly, everybody else is running around worrying about themselves as much as you are worrying about yourself. 10. There's too much at stake. To waste your time on worrying about things that are impermanent, unimportant, and ultimately just distractions from the things that bring you joy. 11. Your feelings of panic are directly related to wanting to change yourself to fit someone else's idea of who you are. If you didn't care to please someone else, if you didn't feel you needed to be okay with them to be okay, you wouldn't be worried about it. That sense of panic and concern with how they see you at all is directly, albeit not entirely, related to how much you feel you need to change or prove yourself otherwise. On a deeper level, it means you've externalized your sense of worth and purpose, and therefore stability, and so long as it remains that way, it can never be genuine. 12. So if you want to get over these external, surface-level, shallow things, you have to turn your attention to things that matter more. This is the truest solution and most effective antidote and secret of all secrets to renouncing your sense of whether or not you're going to be okay with yourself. Make something matter more than how other people see you. If all you have to care about, if all you think you can offer the world is a nice body or a fancy lifestyle, or a lot of money or approval that makes you feel good, you're not doing everything you can and should be. Of course you're going to run into anxiety. It's all meaningless. The moment you know you're worth more than how you're seen, the moment you genuinely take stock in the notion that your life is more important than you, is the moment that everybody else's petty concerns fall to the wayside into the oblivion of unimportance. You become blind to them because you're only focused on what really does matter. You, and whatever the hell you have to genuinely offer to the world. 73. 10 questions to ask yourself when you don't know where your life should go next. 1. If you had the life you think you want, what would tomorrow be like? When you imagine the life you want, rather than focus on the elevator speech, I am this, I do this, focus on the daily routine. If you had the life you think you want, what would you do tomorrow? How different would it be from what you're doing now? What from that vision can you actually start doing tomorrow? 2. If social media didn't exist, what would you do differently? Would you dress differently? Feel bad about where you live? Care about what your apartment looks like? What choices would you make if you didn't feel they were being silently policed by the faceless mob of people that lie behind the screens of social media? What would matter? What would you do? Who would you be? 3. If nobody would know what you did with the rest of your life, what would you do? If your life wasn't the slightest bit performative, if there was nothing you could get from doing something other than just the act of doing it, how would you spend your time? What would you be interested in doing? What would energize you? 4. If you died yesterday, what would you most regret? Forget imagining if you died tomorrow. What if you were already dead? What would you regret the most? What would you wish you had done differently, saw differently, responded to differently? 5. If you could choose 5 things that matter most to you, what would they be? Whether you realize it or not, your life will fundamentally be built off of the few things you care about the most. When it's not, it will feel out of alignment at best, or off the rails at worst. Fulfillment is living in accordance with what we genuinely value. 6. To what in your life do you feel a subtle, unexplainable nudge? What gives you a feeling of subtle, unexplainable enjoyment? What do you like, even though you don't understand why you like it? These are the things to pay attention to. These are the things that are real. Your mind is responding to what you think you like. Your emotions are responding to what actually resonates. 7. If you knew nobody would judge you, what would you do with your days? If you would only be praised for your work, for your life, and for your choices, which would you make? What would you do? 8. What are you struggling with the most right now? Interestingly enough, the things that plague you the most deeply are signals toward where you must move next. If your deepest issue is not having a romantic relationship, the next phase of your life will likely need to involve at least trying to develop that. The things that you're struggling with the most right now can tell you what you really want and toward which direction you should step. 9. What do you already have going for you at this present moment? The mantra of any major life change should always be, start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. There is no other way to get anywhere. 10. If you had to live tomorrow on repeat for the rest of your life, what would you do? Or, put another way, if you lived today on repeat forever, where would you be? What would you have accomplished? Would you be thriving at work? Would you have made time for the people you love? Would you have written a book, or played music, or be spending your money in a healthy way? Would you be dressing like yourself and enjoying the sunrise, and eating in a way that will sustain you over the long term? Your life exists in its days, not in your ideas about those days. Your habits accumulate and begin to default. Imagine that you'll never grow out of them is the fastest way to a reality check. 74. There's no such thing as letting go. There's just accepting what's already gone. All things are good. All things are ultimately designed to serve us. All things are good. I know what you're thinking. What the hell? That sounds like just another nonsensical platitude that you're trying to pass off as a truth that cannot possibly be true. But what is it that makes something bad? It's what we've decided, or have been conditioned to believe, isn't right. What makes a feeling bad? We have lots of feelings. Why are some good and some bad? Some show us that we're on the right path, and some show us how and when and where we need to redirect. How is the former better than the latter? Isn't the latter actually more important? Bad feelings become bad when we fight them. When instead of listening to ourselves, instead of permitting whatever feelings are going to transpire, even if they aren't necessarily comfortable, we fight them. The things that are meant to serve us and show us the parts of ourselves that need to be healed, or the places in our paths where we need to take a turn, become bad. In the grand scheme of it all, good and bad are value assignments, and they're subjective. To a person, to a family, to a culture, to a country, to a nation, to a race, etc. What's right to one is wrong to another. What's good for someone is tragic for someone else. History isn't taught the same way in classrooms around the world. The second you realize you can define what good is in your life is the second you can start to free yourself. Because everything, even the hardest things to get over, can be good, if we choose to see why they're present, what they need to show us. It's a rare thing to love somebody unconditionally. The very basis of love is finding someone who fills a set of preconceived conditions. When the object of our affection doesn't abide by them as we once thought they would, our feelings begin to falter. That's why the deepest relationships become the hardest. Someone fills an idea of what you wanted and needed, and then as soon as they don't, you're absolutely taken aback. You aren't doing what I think you were supposed to be doing, therefore, how could you do this to me? This isn't actually loving someone. And the key to getting over that kind of half-assed love is realizing that much of what we fight and fall apart over isn't a matter of whether or not we love someone as a being, as a person, as a presence in our lives, but how much we do or don't approve of what they do for us. We're finicky that way. We say we want unconditional love and happiness, but we don't behave as though we do. We want love and happiness when we get someone or something. Why? Because it puts the responsibility of choosing happiness, working on it and toward it, on something else. The first step in regaining your locus of control, your embodiment of self, is to permit all things. Allow the love, allow the loss, allow the ebb and flow. Don't harbor intention, just be. How quickly do even our deepest troubles fade away when we center ourselves on this? In the Tao, it says that softness is the equivalent of life. Bodies stiffen in death. Trees that harden are cut down. Therefore, hardness is death, and softness is life. When our hearts harden, when parts of us are blocked and filled with unfiltered emotions, we're forced to break them. The trees are chopped, the bodies decay. Hardness can only exist for a time. The brain has a mechanism where it focuses on the most severe pain and blocks out all the others. It focuses on the hardest part and forces us to face it, even though it feels like we're dulling all the other pains by focusing and concentrating on one. We're not. We're just furthering ourselves on the path of openness. There is no such thing as letting go. There's just accepting what's already gone. There's losing ourselves in the labyrinth of the illusion of control and finding joy in the chaos, even when it's uncomfortable. It's not forever. It only remains as long as we hold on, as long as we fight, as long as we control, as long as we don't accept what's already gone. 75. You are a book of stories, not a novel. Who you were doesn't have to bleed into who you will be. We often stunt ourselves by tying who we were into who we think we need to become. We can't map a trajectory for our futures without considering what would make sense for the people we used to be. Realizing this was tying together 3 habits I've picked up about myself, and about people in general. First, we make problems where there are none. As though for our lives to have meaning, we need to overcome something. Happiness is something that we have to consciously choose. Otherwise, we'd create the reality that we subconsciously think we deserve. Not because we assume that who we are deserves it, but because somewhere along the line we were conditioned by other people, and our own assumptions, to believe that we are only as good as the things they said about us. Second, we avoid things that are too perfect. We destroy them, mentally or otherwise, if they are. Third, we summarize in our heads. Whenever we're about to make a choice, about anything really, we say in our heads what that will sound like. She graduated and started this job at 20, or however it goes. It's as though our decisions can only be acceptable if they sound right, and how they will continue sounding years down the line, whether or not they are right for who we are in that moment. But the synopses we spend so much time writing are for characters we no longer are. You cannot always draw lines between what was and what is, and what should thenceforth be. You cannot always make sense of your coexisting truths. You can only know that they are both valid. And you cannot avoid good things, because somewhere along the line, the character schematic you outlined for yourself doesn't believe it deserves what you have. When we avoid, when we evade, we cap off our happiness. You weren't meant to be a story that plays out in a nostalgically pleasing way. Life isn't a sepia-toned flashback. Life is vivid and changing and real and unpredictable, unchartable, with no plot other than the one we're living in the moment, here and now. We don't even realize how often we choose our current experiences based on old beliefs we are still subconsciously holding of ourselves. Because what we think of ourselves translates into what we allow of ourselves, and what we allow is what we experience, and what we experience is what amounts to our lives as a whole of which is a book of stories that don't need to seamlessly transition into one another, which don't have to be narrated the same way, which can be as short or long or staggered or confusing or exciting as you want. The point is that you are in control of how it plays out, but the recurring inner narrative, the little voice that's telling you the story of your life, has to let go of the old chapters to genuinely write the new ones. 76. Everyday signs the world is experiencing a shift in consciousness. There's a social theory that mankind's development is not a linear progression, but rather it occurs in cycles. Civilizations rise and then fall. Collective intelligence peaks higher each time it does. A brief mental sweep of history and a general understanding of nature would make this seem logical enough. We evolve spectacularly, and then catastrophe strikes. It didn't come from nowhere. It's an ancient belief that Earth is subject to its position on its precession of the equinox. Each time it reaches the closest point to the center of the universe, where the concentration of energy is highest, we inch closer to awakening. We are currently on the upswing. Regardless of the mythology, there's something interesting happening in the world today. Our collective consciousness is expanding. We're more aware of what's going on, for better and for worse. We're striving to understand ourselves. We're learning to work with our emotions and build lives that represent what we value, not what we're obligated to. Whatever the cause, here are some of the everyday effects. 1. People are beginning to recognize their power. Self-empowerment. Individuality and autonomy are seen as fundamental to living a whole and fulfilling life. 2. Positive psychology, emotional intelligence, personality typing, and other concepts for self-understanding are becoming increasingly popular. Positive psychology has been having a media heyday over the past 15 years, and between the Big Five, Myers-Briggs, astrology, enneagrams, and the like, we are starving for self-awareness, and this is how it's presenting itself. 3. Social justice issues are making headlines like never before, and ignorance is being defined as anyone who doesn't consider all beings to be equal. Certainly, this is not the first time in history we've wanted to liberate ourselves from oppressive constructs, but with the help of technology, it is the first time that we think of healthy social norms as being those that are equal and accepting. 4. Yoga and meditation have become common practices in the West. Whereas just a few decades ago, we would have seen these things as strange, yoga classes are available almost everywhere, and research is showing that meditation actually changes the brain. 5. Common knowledge is expanding at a rate untouched before the internet. Whereas we once only knew as much as we could remember, now we can research virtually anything. Mainstream media has us consuming articles and ideas at record speeds. We're learning in ways we never could before, and faster than we ever could either. 6. There's a newfound interest in organic foods and homeopathic remedies. People are suddenly concerned about GMOs, antibiotics, and the other plethora of chemicals our foods are being drenched in. 7. Everyone can have a voice. Whereas the only messages that were communicated through media were once curated by a select few gatekeepers, now everybody can speak and share their perspective, for better and for worse. Everybody can share what they think, and while it may seem frustrating at times, it is crucial in recognizing where we are collectively. 8. People are questioning the system and learning to think for themselves. While some conversations are more constructive than others, we're theorizing more than we're accepting things as truth. We are becoming ever more skeptical of major social structures, and with good reason. 9. We're basing relationships on compatibility, not obligation. Gone are the days of marrying and parenting because you're supposed to. Now we want compatible life partners, deliberate childbearing, and happy, non-nuclear family structures. 10. We're talking about issues that have otherwise gone ignored: depression, sexual abuse, etc., publicly and honestly. We're slowly removing the shame and stigma around mental illness and abuse, and becoming more understanding of those who need help by sharing, relating, teaching, and healing with them. 11. We've just about had it with the employment model as it stands. We recognize that working ourselves to death does not make for a good life. Yet we also realize that we are essentially enslaved to capitalism for our survival. While part-time work and freelancing and work-life balance are becoming more popular topics of conversation, the overarching structure still stands. 12. People are becoming more intuitive, as well as empathetic and curious and informed and tolerant of those who are different from them. 13. We're recognizing the imbalance of feminine energy. We're seeing how deliberately femininity has been oppressed in society, and the crucial importance the lost balance serves us in every aspect of life and society. 14. We're breaking out of the gender binary. We're no longer defining ourselves simply by what we appear to be. It's becoming increasingly more acceptable to discover who you identify as being, rather than just accepting who you seem to be on the outside. 15. We're becoming more concerned with the effect we're having on natural climates. We treat the earth as a thing, not an actual, living entity. 16. We're dealing with the effects of long-suppressed emotions. Over the past 5 or so years, you've likely been a friend or family member of someone who has gone through radical, intense changes in their life and in their person, if you didn't do so yourself. It wasn't that we came upon hard times and got through it. We came upon hard times and awakened to something deeper. 77. Why do we value our suffering so much? Suffering is a necessary evil, but its inevitability is not the result of it being something that we naturally have to process out of due course. It's not something we take a passive role in. It is a result of a lack of our own growth. It is a catalyst to signal to us there's more to be done. This is to say, we're in control of it. We cultivate and experience it because we allow it. Rather, we allow the unhealed parts of us to control everything else. If we remain unconscious of this, and that its origin and therefore solution is external, we start to believe that we deserve it. Any one of us can recall instances in which we've unnecessarily ruined a day that was otherwise going well, with a flurry of worry and ungrounded paranoia. We start forcing ourselves to panic, almost out of necessity. If there's nothing, fill it with something we deserve. Where does that assumption come from, though? It usually has a lot to do with repressed emotions. We accumulate these feelings that we don't accept or deal with, and they become the foundation on which we accumulate our beliefs about ourselves. As long as we attach ourselves to an idea of what's wrong, and then allow ourselves to be conditioned by it, a friend lashing out is an outer projection of what they're dealing with. A failed opportunity usually makes way for a better-suited one. We become conditioned by the idea that we're not good enough. The key is realizing that we do this to ourselves. We live trapped in the mental structures that we allowed external circumstances to construct because we never realized we could dismantle them. As soon as we're in a situation that activates one of these memories, taps into an unhealed, unresolved issue, we don't stop to see it objectively. We lash out at what aggravated the problem. Our pain can't dictate our internal dialogue, and we can't let ourselves run with compulsive, involuntary thoughts. Every time we do this, we allow that emotion to infiltrate our awareness and transmute itself into our current experience. We project what was onto what is. There's an element of disidentification that has to happen. The realization that what's being experienced isn't a matter of what's at hand, but just a subjective, temporary projection of whatever it is you currently believe, in this case, that you should suffer. Ironically, though, the opposite of pain isn't joy. It's acceptance. Resisting only adds more fuel to the fire. It sets you back to where you were when you initially repressed it. It's not dismantling the structure, it's strengthening it. You permit it by fighting it. It's hard for us to believe we deserve happiness, and so we continually go out of our way to attract and inflict pain. That dichotomy is natural, and it's human, but there's something to be said for transcending it. If you want to think it's impossible, you'll only continue to suffer because of it. If you want to keep valuing that suffering as something that makes you more human, then so be it. But the reality is that what makes us human is not what destroys us, but what we build ourselves with again. As Marcus Aurelius has said, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been.